Join today with Double G, the gorgeous one, with my man Elvis, with Bone, and we're going to be bringing you exciting, titillating Within the Ring of Fire action episode. You can check out episode 1. Make sure you subscribe to Gorgeous George's channel right now, right here. It's the thing you need to do. Your main man definitely endorses his quality product and excellent expeditions into RPG adventures beyond the spectacular escape of etherealness in your mind's eye. Now come and join us on this magic mystery ride. We're talking about Within the Ring of Fire. Prepare to have your soul burned and your imagination emoliated to spectacular heights, baby. We're talking about Within the Ring of Fire. If you know Within the Ring of Fire, go to DriveThruRPG, get your books, look at the reviews, watch the reviews of videos on YouTube, created by your main man and a crack staff of extremely talented individuals to bring you an RPG unlike any other, focused on role-playing, focused on dark, deep, immersive stories that will not insult your mind, with a system that is intuitive, easy to understand, and makes sense at all points. Written for adults, not children, written for you. Grasp RPG by the horns and take it inside your mind. Now, you can get a hold of Within Ring of Fire. The PDFs, the first 5 are out right now. Come jump, hit your main man up at Anderwood on Facebook. You can get them directly, PayPal, hit me. And you'll get every single PDF to ever come out, along with some bonuses. Plus, you'll get your stuff before anyone else. You understand what I'm saying, baby? But you get the first 5 PDFs right now for $75. Saga book, 77 Throws, the Theological Codex, Feywild, Monsters and Men, as well as the brand new, the Book of True Names. You can get those that way. You can get the individual PDFs. Hit me up. You get individual prices on PDFs as well. Also, you can go to DriveThruRPG.com or any of their affiliated sites, and you can get physical copies of the books, print on demand, all the high quality options. This is the highest options they have available. Premium style books. The books are full color and beautiful looking books by a team of wonderful, excellent artists, including my man here, Elvis the Lou, and you guys are going to be loving exactly what you see inside those books. It's role-playing for role players. It's art for artists. It's beauty for the observers of such things, for those that think RPGs are a wonderful hobby and are tired of being beaten to death for miniatures and every other thing that's non-immersive in RPGs. This is the one for you. Build your imagination, create your mind's eye, and tell those stories that date back to the first stories ever told around that campfire so very long ago. So you can get the books 2 ways. You get the physical copies and physical copy PDFs, bundles, as you wish on DriveThruRPG. You can hit me up directly, get PDFs at an even lower price, because I want you to get involved with this. I want you to embrace the RPG revolution. Say no to the big corporate companies. Say yes to RPG entertainment like none other. And you can join us on our Facebook forum. All these guys are there. You can talk to them. You can talk to other people. You can find Google Plus and Skype games for Within the Ring of Fire that are always starting up, and you can get involved with it. You can find the wonderful world of Kavega Thale, a world like none other. This isn't a rehashing of Tolkien. This is a mental masterpiece of immersion and spectacular design that you're going to get involved with and find it seamless, flawless, and it's going to make that jaw drop to the ground. So, baby, you understand, we appreciate you watching right now. Join us on Raw Immersive Games on Facebook, and I'm going to turn it back over to the gorgeous one himself, Double G, straight out of Germany. What's it going to be, Double G? Take it away, baby.
Thank you for such kind words. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you are in the world, to the second chapter of Through Reason or by Force, where we see a thriving, ambitious young city-state rise or collapse into nothing. We start this session, as these stories usually start, at night. The twin moons, the eyes of Ahriman, always watching, all-knowing, all-seeing, they look down upon this new settlement of Argranach, and its gaze falls upon a small hut outside of its protective walls, surrounded by a vineyard where the grapes grow, they will turn into delicious, and some say magical, powerful orcish wine. An orc, Mohato, sleeps within, dreaming of his homelands, of his family. As a sound awakes him, a soft whisper carried in the wind slithers in through the cracks in his walls, reaches his ears. It's a soft voice, a golden voice made of honey and promises. Can't make out the words yet, but they are tempting.
I'm laying there, my little beady eyes under my pronounced brow, as I give a short character description of what Mahato Bimachia. Or not. All right, so I'm leaning up. I got a bit of a cloth draped over me. Standing, hunched over, 6'7", neighborhood of 240 pounds, greenish brown skin, this pronounced heavy brown, these brown beady eyes underneath these long tusks, over 1.5 feet long, that curl up, coming out from my jaw. I'm just wrapped slightly by a bit of cloth. And my eyes open, my little beady eyes open, and I look around and I could see very softly the dozens of candles in this sectioned off area of my homestead. All the candles, some are still lit, some are out. See some workings of smaller wooden dolls and other strange orcish writing deals here. So I slowly begin to get up. I give a bit of a growl after as I wobble on up to my feet. I don't stand like a normal man. I would stand almost like squatted down, a little hunched over, now and then walking on all fours. And this is the time of which I do walk on all fours. My long, ropey arms, just, and almost like crawling up to the to one of the wooden doors that leads out to the main lobby of the homestead, which others assume to be the true house of myself. I'm going to just open up, and there you see all the tools and whatnot. Just open up a crack. Of course, in my other hand, I have what I sleep with. A nice wooden club.
And as you gaze outside, nothing but the night greets you, and for a moment it is as if you just had dreamed of these whispering voices, but then you hear it again. They whisper your name, Mahato. It is in the wind, and you recognize the language. It is Thraxu.
I look around. I look out forward. I don't look up at Ahriman. No. I look around there. That gives me a bit more confidence. Right? Start to slowly open the door completely, and I walk outside of the homestead, through the sort of main household and out to the homestead, and I stretch up a bit, and I look around again, not looking up, just looking back behind the homestead, beyond the vineyards, towards that forest.
Yes, the forest of whispers, it stretches far and wide, far beyond the horizon for you. And you feel the cold, but still comfortable breeze coming from it that carries these whispers. And again, you hear your name carried in the wind. Wato. It comes from the north. And you feel this slight urge that draws you towards it. Nothing that would force you. Something almost familiar.
Still, at least very apprehensively, slowly look off there. Thoughts in my mind of weighing what it could be if I go, if I don't go. What can happen? Oh, I know what happens to lone orcs when you meet the wrong people. But I slowly begin to leave the immediate vicinity of my homestead, and slowly I have no great in stealth, but I am attempting at being as quiet as a very large orc can.
Your feet carry you silently and swiftly to the edges of the forest, where these grand trees greet you, and you can see the leaves moved by the wind, this eternal breath of Igvale. But that voice does not disappear, and the closer you get, the more of a character it has. Almost sounds female, but with a deep baritone, almost with bronze in its voice. It calls for you, Wato.
Slowly, like I reach out my open hand and touch one of the nearby trees, rubbing my hand against the bark a bit, and that gives me a bit more of a bit more courage as I push off and sort of pull myself into the forest a bit more. And I
Immediately-
noticeably relax a bit. Like my shoulders sort of droop down a bit, and I look a bit around. But I still have that nice mace of wood.
As
Big
you
old club.
step into the forest, you can almost immediately feel a change in the air. It smells like a forest. You smell the wood. It's strong and it's old. You smell the leaves and the soil. You can smell the life that dwells within this place. But you also feel the danger that lurks beyond your reach. And you see on the ground it's fog. It's very thick, but it's not everywhere. It denses almost as it forms a path deeper into the heart of the forest, and ever carrying those words in Thraxu, whispering your name, telling you to come to them.
I do like I stand there, all hunched over. It's all night. You got some of the tree branches swinging silently. Just that sound, and that's it. I'm just completely silent as my little beady brown eyes look out deeper into the forest. Oh, it gets darker, much darker. And I know those voices. That voice. I look around at the trees slightly, turning my head up towards the sky, but all those branches cover much of it, and I don't see the eyes. I look back forward, and I slowly begin to wander towards the mist, further into the forest. I know very well not to go too deep without a source of any light, but this is something different.
Even though you cannot see the eyes of Ahriman, Ahriman can see you. He sees everything. But as you walk upon the mist towards wherever it leads you, this fog is almost luminescent. It gives a light of its own, clearing the path just so you can see your next step, no further. And in fact, a little bit of light in the dark creates even larger shadows. And as you step deeper into the woods, the trees become bigger, their shadows become larger than life. And you hear the voices of the nightly forest, the wind, the birds, the animals, the cracking of wood here and there, just so slightly. Makes you turn your head, makes you look over your shoulder. But every time you look, there's nothing there but nature.
I noticeably get, like before when I walked in, I was sort of waddling, almost like an ape, like a big sort of ape-like sort of deal. But as I went deeper and deeper, I kind of went down a bit more out of not fear, but respect. And at this point, I'm pretty far down. I'm straight just walking on all fours, just slowly, almost. I mean, if anyone's watching, it's just like this weird, long-armed man, just almost walking on all fours, just looking up at the trees. But almost, not like giving them, not like in awe, like staring at them, but like looking at them, but not like as if they had eyes. I'm not giving them eye contact. That is not proper.
You walk in deeper, you delve deeper into this mysterious, almost forbidden forest. And even though just a couple of minutes pass, it feels ever so long, as if this road, this path made of mist never ends. But eventually the voices grow louder. The deeper you get into the forest, the louder the voices become, the clearer they become. Their call for you becomes louder. And you come to a grove, a clearing in the middle of the forest. It's not big, a couple of square feet in either direction. But as soon as you see it, you feel safe. You almost feel at home. And no wonder, in the midst of this hidden grove stands a sapling. Would go about to your chest, maybe. It's very young, but its leaves are strong and green. Do you approach?
Oh yeah. I slowly sort of approach. I just stand up a bit more. I slowly sort of approach it, tilting my head slightly, understanding simple plants more than perhaps a normal human man would.
For someone like you, it is no hard task to identify the sapling. It is, in fact, a young oak.
I go over it, gently, just almost diagnosing it, just checking the leaves and seeing that they're strong. And I start looking around. Although I feel safe. I start looking over my shoulder around if anything has taught me of my travels. Many desire those knowledge that they don't properly use. Look around for other eyes. I look back down at the sapling, and I take out. I put down the mace, just the knotted wooden club. I just put it down in front of me, and then I reach down, and there's a sound as I take out a small stone dagger, stone-bladed dagger, and I start incanting words in Thraxa. And I draw with my long, spindly finger a circle around the entirety of the oak sapling, and as I'm gently sort of going over it, now and then I'll take up a little scoop of dirt and drizzle it, almost as one would add spices to some soup, and make the circle, and I start drawing a intricate sort of design, though it is just with my finger, and I have no real degree of artistry. It is rather clunky and simple. But then I have that stone dagger, and I have the open palm, and I go back down on all fours to the sapling, and in Thraxa I say, "May this gift be yours. I give you my praise. I will do as I can, all that I can, to watch over you and all of your kin. This forest, it is yours." And I take out the knife and cut my palm, and I squeeze, letting the blood drip down onto the oak sapling. And I continue incanting words of power to it. Grow, be strong.
As the blood leaves your veins and drops onto this sacred soil, you feel the winds rising, becoming stronger, intensifying around you, almost like a whirlwind, and the voice becomes clear and thundering. And you know your sacrifice has been accepted. And as the storm settles and all becomes still and silent again, a voice reaches you, a strong one, a caring one, and it speaks in Thraxu to you. I accept your offering, Mohato. Loyal servant you are.
I immediately drop down. Like, oh, shoot. And I'm basically almost laying down on my stomach, my hands out, and straight up in a mixture of fear and reverence and awe.
Awe is the appropriate response. You feel, besides just the sanctity of this place, you feel a power like a siphon around you, just whirling and whirling, drawing you to the sapling, and it's immense spiritual energy. And you hear that voice again in your head. Something wicked will come your way, an enemy of mine, my brothers and sisters and yours. From the waves it will rise, and it will try to cloud your judgment. Beware. Honor the oak. Protect me, and revere us.
I just feel all the wind, and it takes me a few moments, almost like I don't immediately answer. I'm stuttering with my words. I will do this.
This task has been given to you. Fulfill your oath. Fulfill your duty, my child.
You see me, and then I raise up and I have my hands up, feeling the wind and the spiritual power of this place, of the voice in the woods, of the brushing branches and leaves, and that I bend back down to the sapling, and almost as if using it as a strange shrine to something forgotten. And I rise up again and kind of roll my shoulders a bit, and I look and I say, I will do this. I say it again, almost more so again, with more bravado, more realization. And then again I bend back down, and as if you would dismiss yourself from a noble, you wouldn't dare give your back to it. And that sapling is the said noble. So I bend back down and I walk backwards, dragging my fingers slightly against the soil, feeling it one last time before I stand up slightly. I turn and I begin making my way with determination in my step.
Nothing hinders your way as you make your way out. It is only now that you realize how short of a way it actually is once you know it. The path goes many twists and turns to hide it from unwanted attention. But once you know the way, you can make it in 20-25 minutes. And you reach the edges of the forest. It clears. And this feeling of protection, of home, leaves you as soon as you step out. And all that remains is the ever-watchful eyes of Ahriman above, and the chilly winds over vast fields.
I just make my way back to the homestead. And then, before I enter the homestead, I look over my shoulder up at those eyes, almost in defiance. And I look at that black sky, and seeing the vastness of that void, I turn back down and I go into the void, into the homestead.
With this, we will leave the edges of the great forest. And Ahriman's gaze switches to this new pearl at the sea, this new settlement of Argranach, where so many things might happen or might not happen. And we find ourselves in night at a house in a district that belongs, I think that is the proper term, to the Farum of this community. A closed community, a walled-off community that doesn't want the outsiders to put their noses where it doesn't belong. This particular house, made of solid, strong stone with a good foundation, belongs to Thalangos. Whether he is asleep or still working, we don't know. But a loud knock at his door disrupts whatever he's doing.
Not needing much sleep, Thalangos has been awake for probably at least an hour at this point, simply working with his warhammers the little bit of time that he gets some practice. Not that he's much of a fighter, but he likes to know that he could, just in case. Startled, I hear this rapping at my door. I put everything away and head right over and, without opening, demand, "Who is there?"
Thalangos, it's me, Yolof.
Yula. Yes, come in. I open the door right up.
As he opened the door, a middle-aged Farum immediately rushes in and slams the door behind him, puts his back against it. He's fainting, he's out of breath, and you can see blood trickling down from his head. You see his cloth has been colored red at his chest where blood is seeping out. He has been running for a while in this.
Oh, my God, man, what's happened to you?
Water, do you have water?
Water? Yes, of course. Scamper off as fast as my little legs can take me to get on my glass, get him mud water.
He takes the glass and. Oh, thank you. He puts his hand on his face and he smears the blood and the sweat in his long, strong beard. I came directly to you. My grandfather sent me. Edisud. You were right that there is something up north. And I found something.
You found mines?
Well, not a mine, but a quarry. A few hours up north, in the middle of the forest, well, not the middle, but close to the coast, there's a quarry. But he just sits down at your nearest table, makes himself at home. Well, after you talked with my grandfather, he sent me out to look for something.
Of course.
And yes, we found it's a big quarry. There are many tons of stone still in there. But he looks down on himself. It is in use, you could say. I barely made it out.
I see. So that's what happened to you.
I tried to sneak closer, get a better look, see how many. But the Dukassid, they really don't like us. They got hold of me. I caught an arrow and a stone, but either they let me go or I could outrun them.
Yeah. How many of these vile Fae did you see up there, Stukacids?
It's I don't know. It was probably 24 workers from what I could see. A few guards. I don't know, maybe 40 all in all, maybe less. I came directly to you as my grandfather instructed.
Well, I mean, I'm sad that you experienced this, but this is good news overall. Yeah, sure, there are a few of them over, but uh, Argrun has taken down Dugasitz before when he settled this city. I see no reason that we could maybe not, in exchange for a fair tax, have the Great Ogre clear them out again.
But he looks a bit worried. Wouldn't the ogre claim it for himself? I mean, he is greedy.
Argrun, he does have agreed to him, but his main interest is in the plunder. That's why we have him sailing up and down the coast. I'm not so sure he'd care to own these mines and oversee them himself.
You know him best.
Yeah, I think that maybe I could, have enough of his trust. Maybe I could convince him that have us use it, and we'll give him whatever percentage he may want in exchange for the protection from these Dugasits.
Yeah, well...
Unless, of course, you imagine we could take it ourselves.
He looks over his shoulder, just to assure himself you're not watched. Well, we have the numbers. It would just need...
Yes, what we Therum have lacked for a long time is the discipline.
True, he says. But we could, I mean, could you imagine what we could do if we take this for our people? I mean, this would elevate us way above the humans, or those filthy sirens and Freynes that just live in the filthy earth. We could have a monopoly on stone. There might be more. There might be iron, might be other mines. I couldn't reach more. We couldn't see more.
We can only assume so. Otherwise, I don't see why the Dugasits would hold it so greedily, unless it were so valuable.
He nods.
I think we should talk to Erised about this.
Just
to be sure.
Yes, we should. I would like to clean myself a bit, if you don't mind.
Oh no, of course. I'm sorry, I'm no skilled barber myself, but
it's nothing. It's nothing really. Yeah.
Very good. Let me get you some washcloths.
Yeah.
Just keep her off to wet some towels for him.
That would be great. And as you go and procure these towels and a bit of clean water, you come back and you see under the chair Yoloth is sitting, a rather large pile of blood is collecting, and the blood just keeps spilling out of his chest, and he looks pale, and he grows ever pale. He sits on the chair.
Yoloth, are you still with us? Are you okay? This is no scratch. You need help.
I feel tired.
Yes, it's all this blood you're losing. Please let me take a look at you. Let me try and patch you up here.
Oh, as he looks down, his eyes widen. That is a lot of blood. And he doesn't stop you from taking a look at him.
Okay. Yeah, and I go ahead to the best of my ability. I have no grades in barber, but do have a rather high intelligence.
Okay. Give me your best shot.
Can do. Let's see that. Okay, so it comes out to a 7.
As you look at the wound, and you try and make sense of it. You can't make out much, but what you can see is that the arrowhead has buried itself in his chest and it looks pretty deep. And it keeps bleeding. And you're pretty sure, even with your very rudimentary knowledge of medicine, that he won't make it if you can't stop the bleed.
All right, and fortunately I have these wet towels with me. I do immediately try to put some pressure on the wounds, see if I could stop the bleeding. So I'm sorry. I know this hurts, but we need to stop this bleeding right now.
And you put pressure on it, and you put your hand tight on it. The bleeding slows down for sure as long as you keep your hand on it. But as soon as you put the bandages on, they just soak so fast with red.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't think I can fix this for you. But let me patch you up the best I can. Let me tie something around you to hold the pressure on the wound, and I can take you to the orc that lives on the outskirts of this city. I understand that he is a barber himself.
Yeah, that would be great. And he starts to lose consciousness.
Okay, and yeah, at this point I'm panicking. I'm getting to work. I tied the rags around his wound to the best of my ability to get a knot right on it, and start dragging him out of my home. Not even minding trying to lock it up or anything, and start yelling for help from the rest of the neighborhood as I'm trying to pull him to the orc's vineyard by myself.
As you yelp for help, people put their heads out the window. What is this noise? It's the middle of the damn night.
It's Eris's grandson. He's injured. It's the Duke of Sitz. They harmed him.
And as you put those words, oh, go ahead.
If we can't get him to a barber soon, he'll bleed out.
As you put those words together, Yarloth, Dukasid, death, people start to get out of their homes. This is a very close community. People know each other. They take care of each other. And half a dozen of Ferrum stream out. What happened? What happened? And someone immediately puts pressure on the wound, trying to stop the bleeding. What's going on? What happened with him?
So he went north in search for quarries. He found something, but it was guarded by Tukasits. He barely made it out in this condition.
Oh, those filthy hair people. Something Amsterdam Nation will pay for this.
They will, but one thing at a time. We have to get him to safety first. Yes. We have to get him help. Somebody should go find Erisit and let him know what's happened.
Yeah, I will. Let's get him on a card, and I have a small card, and you load him on this very small and basic card that they use to put their wares to the market, and you and the rest of the firm haul ass outside of the gate and up northwest to where the orc dwells. On your way, it takes a while. It is a long walk, but you all hurry up, and the fear of Yoroth's life speeds up your journey, and you see these ever-watchful eyes of Ahriman gazing down upon you as you make haste. And no one speaks a word. All just whisper, "Keep going. No, don't fall asleep," and they slap him on the face to just try and keep him awake, stop him from falling asleep, stop the bleeding. And you can see the hut and the vineyard appearing in the distance with your eyes that see so well in dim light. And your car makes a lot of noise. And the great orc can hear it. You hear this rattling of a cart coming up. In this dead of night, every noise echoes through the vastness of the land.
You know, I was when I came back, I went back to my homestead. I immediately started reading some texts, and I've been there ever since. Over several candles, lit up some candles. I couldn't sleep after that. There must be things must be planned. And I hear that, and then that cold feeling shoots up my spine. I look over my shoulder and I see the knotted wooden club, and I lunge over and I grab it, and there's a sudden like ferocity to me as I pull open the door and I stretch out and I look out and see Farum. It takes me a few moments to recognize, I understand who they are, and then I bend down a bit. You come here now in the night. You understand I do not allow those to come here during this time. Why do you come now?
Mohato, please. It's Yosef. He's injured.
Yes. You give me a few moments. I will return. So grumbling a bit as I bend down and go back into the door. I slam the door closed, and a few moments pass by, and I come back, open the door, opens it a bit more slowly. I'm a bit more relaxed, but you can still tell, I'm a little agitated. And I have several bowls, and it looks like I have this big gourd filled with water. I start pouring water in these 3 small wooden bowls. And I have a little cloth. I start wrapping, and I dip it in each one, and I take some of the ground, some of the soil, just sprinkle it in. I have a few other. I have a little like satchel, sort of leather satchel, some other bits, other dust. Looks like dirt, really. And I just dip in it, and then just gently start. And I'm taking my sweet time. I'm just.
As you do that, you can see there's about half a dozen Farum old men with by the cart, and they look at you impatiently. They say, why is he taking so long? He's dying!
I look up, some heavy beady eyes. Look back down here. And like as I'm looking down, as I'm working, I give the first one. Over to Talon goes.
Yeah, I rush over and be the first one to take it from you.
You must drink that.
Yes, of course.
Keep working, mixing some other things. Looks like I take out like a small foot, perhaps a small bird, and start crunching it into my hand into a nice little, and it's dry and makes like a crunchy sound as I break it in my hand. I sprinkle that into the second one, and I give you the next bowl. Here, you must drink that.
And as I'm trying to feed him this drink, I see that he's so dangerously pale. I look up, Mohato, he's so pale. He's barely responding to me because I keep trying to hit him awake.
Oh no! Don't hit. Pour it on the wound. I go back down, have the third bowl. I pick up the third bowl and I start making my way, kind of like, using my other hand, almost like walking like an ape, just walking over to him. And I'm looking down at the thing and remove the shirt. Ah, there it is. And I hold this small, and the little balls are quite small, at least in my hand. And I just slowly begin to dribble the liquid down, and it's almost like sap. It's slowly on the third ball, slowly whatever I put in there sort of congealed the liquid a bit, and it's just like this sap, sort of honey shine to it, and it goes onto the wound, and just start working. You see some of the blood coming out. The skin pales around it a bit, gets soft, makes it easy to work.
You can help him. Is he going to be okay?
You must give room. You must
Yes.
not be. And then I stop as I'm working, and I look at you. Thalon goes, and you see me slightly gesture up towards the sky. I don't look up at the sky, but you must not be in that vision. You must move him. But I look back, not there. This will do for now, I suppose. I keep sort of working, almost speaking out loud where to bring him out of the eyes. But I keep working, and
we should be able to pull you to the forest, maybe.
Yes, let us go.
Yes. Okay. And I round up everyone. Confirms. We have to pull them away from the eyes of Ahriman. You understand?
They look at all of you like dumbfolded. They look at the orc. They look at you. They look up to these ever watchful eyes. They don't get shit. Just hurry up. This orc's taking forever.
But he can work. He can work while we're pulling them both into the forest.
Move him there. Over there. It must be under the tree.
And
go.
Just
Go now.
like as you tell them to do that, just a slight delay. They look over to Fallon goes, and once they see his approval, I'm sure you will give. Then they start moving the cart into the edges of the forest under those great trees to give shelter.
Make my way over there, waddle, taking out something. I mean, I can't really. I'm not all that quick with fingers, so I can't really work as we're moving. But once we once the cart stops, and I brush the other farm away, just take out some other smaller bits of very thin tools made of bone, really. But they have been sharpened. They have been made, worked for specific purposes, is what you see me slowly, almost like these little bits of tweezers, chopstick bone tweezers, slowly going into the arrowhead and sticking there.
And at this point, I need you to make me a barber roll.
Okay. Let's see. I'll give you a barber roll.
I'll give you one, bitch.
I'll give you. Let's see. That'll be a 10. I mean, 12.
A 12. You delve into the wound and you grab the arrowhead, and it takes a bit until you have a good grip on it. It just seems to evade you every time. It's buried very deep. It is eaten into the flesh. And as you try and pull it out, you lose grip again, and you just see this grimace on Yoloth's face. Just, oh, and more blood streams out again. You need
Keep working. All too well knowing in my head, he's not far off. As I'm just looking at him, I keep trying to work at it.
And you hear the Ferrum behind you. They stand all around you, like in a circle, watching you. What is he doing? Oh God, I think he just killed him. No, you won't kill him. Yes, I think he kills it. It's an orc. You can't trust them. You know they work. Magic.
Hey, man, he's the only chance we have. Do any of you know how to do this?
For a moment, they go silent. No, they all shake their heads, look at their feet. And as soon as they grow silent, and you look back to Yoloth, they start whispering again. Starts ever so small as they whisper, "What is he doing? What is going on there?" And Lou, I need a second barber roll. As you feel the life forces are leaving.
15.
You grab the arrowhead, and with a you pull it out. It's roughly shaped, but it has nasty, nasty hooks on either side, and you see little pieces of flesh spiked upon where it buried deep in.
Put it in one of the bowls with some water and it bloop, plops in there. And I gesture to you, Thalon goes to you there. And then I start working on cleaning the wound and sewing it.
And as you're doing that, I actually go take a look at the arrow itself, inspecting its quality. Imagining who might have made such a deadly thing.
Mm-hmm. What's your what are your grades in ironsmithing or weaponsmithing?
Let's see. I have my bowyer skill is a 3, but my blacksmith's a 5.
Okay. So something you can easily see, even in this dim light, is that this is not really good craftsmanship. It's almost like an amateur just hammered onto this thing until it had some sort of shape. But it's also apparent that the iron that they used is pretty good. It's strong iron.
These Dokasits clearly do not know how to use these resources they have.
Well, I can't even shoot straight, one says. And oh, he earns nasty, venomous looks for that.
No, you might be right. Yeah, I can't imagine how many shots they must have taken in order to get this lucky hit. Luck's the only thing that explain how badly he's injured. And Sparm aren't known for being terribly lucky.
You clean, while you have this conversation, you clean the wound. This is now almost business as usual. You clean the wound and you sew it together. The bleeding stops. I assume you would put some bandages around it.
Yeah, I have some paste, you know. It's almost like a putty-like paste, and I just put it on there, and then I have a small, it takes a few moments to dry, and then it's it like hardens a bit, like clay would harden and hold firm, and then I just look at that, admiring it for a moment, then I'll wrap it.
Will he live? You hear a voice.
Yes. He will be fine. He will need rest. You will watch over him, I am sure.
And all of a sudden it's...
Oof. Woo!
Seem all level-headed, just... Yes. You was attacked, though. This alarms me. You should bring this up with Karel in the Great Ogre's absence. They must know that others are in danger.
Oh yeah, they will definitely pay for that.
Yes.
Filthy creatures lying in ambush can't fight like real men.
You should keep watch of your fallen brother here before you go off into your war.
Yeah, I'm sure he will want to take part in attacking the Dokasits back.
Just wrap him up, put him back onto the barrel, cause I took him off of the barrel and I placed him at like the base of a tree, nestled between two big old roots. and then I sort of gently put him back on, being an orc of considerable strength.
Mohato, I don't know how to thank you. Please, if there's anything of payment that you need from me.
No. But please do not come here when the night is upon the heavens. That is not a proper time to come here. You understand? Next time.
Yes.
Next
In that
time,
case,
I may come out and I may not be so kind. I may think that you are a threat. One that has ill intentions.
I can assure you I will never be a threat. Not to someone who's been such a friend to the firm as you've just demonstrated here.
Yes.
But I can do my best to not come back at an inappropriate time. But perhaps I could make a request in that case. You see, there's no skilled barbers amongst the Therum over in Archanog. Perhaps if I could find somebody who might be willing and able to learn, to come here to learn from you.
Yes. You may do this.
Thank you. Again, name a payment.
I think for a moment. No payment. But please, leave. Return back to your home.
You're
Now
too
is not
kind,
the time.
Mahato. Okay, we'll get out of your hair.
Kind of gently pat my bald head for a moment. As comedically as we make our way back.
An expression more so among us Therum, for the confusion.
Yes. I have heard this before. It does not get any more clear each time I hear it, though.
Well then, I call to all the rest of the firm. Let's bring him back home. Erised will be glad to hear the good news.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you will. And the small group sets itself in motion, now taking a bit more time. There's less of a hurry. As you make your way back to the settlement, what will you do once you arrive safely beyond these walls? Will you go home?
No, not for some time. I want to stay with Erised and Yersluf and make sure that he's okay. At the very least until he wakes back up and might be able to sit up on his own.
You are accepted in the house of the elder. The Erisud himself is not present. His granddaughter tells you he doesn't, that he's out. She doesn't know when he will return, but she sent message for him. She introduces herself as Belran. She's actually the sister of Yoloth. And she looks very, very relieved once you bring back her brother. Well, not healthy, but safe.
And I assure her, he will survive. He will live, Belram.
Yeah, she grabs your hands, actually, with tears in her eyes, and thanks you many, many times. 1,000 thanks, Thologus. 1,000 thanks for saving my brother.
Oh, we do have the orc Mohato to thank as well.
Oh, yeah, the one who lives at the edges of the forest.
The one who makes that great wine.
Oh, I wouldn't know, she says.
Well, maybe someday.
She smiles. Oh, hopefully. I mean, there is the great feast. Well, maybe we'll bring some. Will you be
Oh,
there?
certainly. Yes.
She nods. Well, please, take a seat. She gives you a chair if you want to sit next to Yoloth.
I certainly do. The hustle over to Mahato's vineyard was very tiring.
It is the home of Erisud is a grand one. There are multiple generations living in this. It's a very nice room. His furniture is made from skilled craftsmen. You see stories carved into the woods of the wall. Long, old stories of a long lost kingdom by now. And on it, next to his bed, there's a little table. There's a candle on it, and there's a book. And there's something that catches your eye. It looks like a skull. But it is engraved with golden lines upon it, and its eyes, they shine. The light of the candle is reflected in these perfect round pearls. And the teeth of iron almost shine like little daggers of fire in its mouth.
Yeah, that's not an expected sight. Might I know, well, what type of skull it is? Would I recognize that?
Well, you definitely see it. This is definitely not a Ferrum skull. It's rather large. It has a bit elongated. The eye sockets lie rather deep within, and you see tusks growing out of it. You see the holes though, and the tusks have been removed. Well, it's not an ogre. It's not a human. And definitely not a Freyene.
No, not those small creatures. I do have a bit of a theology skill, but I maybe recognize this as something theological.
How many grades do you have?
I have two skill grades in theology.
No, there's definitely a method to it. The runes and the patterns engraved in gold in it. They definitely have some system to them, but you've never seen it.
Call over. Belleron, what is this here, this skull?
Oh, this one, yes. She looks at it with a bit of disdain. He came back a few days ago with it. Wouldn't really say where he got it. Just that it was a gift.
Did he say from whom?
No, he didn't. He wouldn't tell me. I don't think he told grandfather either. She looks at it, and you can see a frown on her face. It gives me the shivers.
Yeah, I don't think I like it much either.
But he wanted it there. He said it made him feel protected or something. He seemed to like it.
I see the amount of protection it's granted him.
Yeah, she crosses her arms in front of her chest. No, definitely didn't bring him any luck. I don't like it. Maybe we should take it away, put it somewhere else.
Perhaps out of sight, but it might be best to ask him what this is all about once he's awake again.
Yeah, she goes over and she takes it up, and immediately as she puts it up, she lets it fall. It's like, ow!
Are you okay? What's happened?
Boom, boom, rolls on the floor as it hits the ground. Nothing. It felt cold.
Cold. Let me see your hands.
She give them to you softly, puts it in her hands and yours, and there are no marks. These are the hands of someone who never had to work hard for a living. Soft, white skin, no marks of burn, frost.
Weird. And the curiosity overtakes me, and I reach down to pick it up myself.
And as you pick it up, you feel no strange sensation. It does feel cold, but it is made of bone and gold and iron. It feels very heavy in your hand. But nothing supernatural about it. Just a weird fetish.
Bellerin, could you find me a rag or anything to wrap this up in? I think we'd all be better off not even looking at it.
Yeah. Yeah. She nods and she leaves the room. And as you hold the skull up, these perfect pearls, in this dim light, it almost looks like it's looking back at you. You can almost see your own reflection in it. They're so clear and well-shaped. And as she comes back with a blanket, she takes it out of your hand and she wraps it in. I'll store this somewhere safe.
Thank you.
Yeah. She smiles. Well, if you need anything, you let me know.
Of course. And Erisitz didn't mention when he might be back, you said?
No, he didn't. He said he had important business to attend to. Sounded serious.
Very well. And please do keep an eye here on Urloth. And get the word out when he does wake up. I'd like to know immediately.
Of course, yes. And she disappears again to stash this thing somewhere hidden.
And before she gets a chance to come back, I'll have already left the domicile. I feel an urgent need to find Erisitz and let him know that everything's okay. Maybe ask him if he knows anything about the skull.
Where would you look?
I would most likely make my way down towards the market and ask other firm along the way. So, I mean, like the first one I see. Excuse me, brother. Do you know where Erisitz is?
He looks at you. Have you tried at his house?
I've just come from there. His granddaughter said he left on urgent business. I didn't say anything about it.
I wouldn't know. And this, as you look at this firm, it's about your height. You see nasty scars on his cheeks. Looks like someone cut deep into them. He has no beard. They're just little stumps and holes of hair somewhere. Maybe forcefully cut off at one point. That would be an educated guess. I don't know.
Who did this to you?
It's a long story, friend. No, story I don't really like to remember.
Oh, just keep in mind that we are a community here, and if anybody you need protection from, we should all see each other's backs.
Oh, don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. Now, if you would allow, I have an appointment with a lot of wine over there. And he points towards the tavern.
Sadly, shake my head and look away from him. Go on.
Thank you. And he happily, with a tune and a whistle, he goes over to this tavern. The Hanged Man, it is called. And aside from that, you wander the night, you wander the market. There are not a lot of people are out, and those who are not in a mood to talk much. And if you ask them about Erisud the Elder, they all say they haven't seen him. How would they know? Shouldn't you know? Aren't you the Ferrum?
Yeah, that's. Why do you think I'm so worried?
Well, no one seems to know. Only one Free makes a joke, well, maybe he hides underground. Have you checked there?
I give this Freyne a very, very serious look, but I don't give him a response at all. Instead, I walk away from him in frustration.
And your efforts seem fruitless.
And I do eventually get a little tired of my search, and do eventually just decide to go back to my own home and wait it out. Maybe I'll find something out later.
Very well. Ander, are you with us?
Yes.
There he is. Great. After the search of Tholigar went fruitless, he goes
Picture
home,
up here.
dries, and gets some well-deserved rest for the night. And dawn breaks eventually and conquers the night. And we find ourselves in the early morning hours in this place that is supposed to be one day the greatest temple of all, the great temple, Opiate. Now it's just a building lot, really. Half done, a fundament is strong and it's grand, but a tower does not yet rise to the honor of Opiate. And we find Karael inspecting the site, as is his custom.
You said what time was it about?
It's in the early morning hours, like
Oh,
the
yeah.
equivalent of like 7,
Sure.
7:30.
So I'm looking over the temple area. I go back around to the back where I have my aviary, and I just look in on the owls in their coop. Of course, they're allowed to freely fly in and out. I just look over them. I smell in the scent of all the owls in this habitat, in this sacred space that is marked with the star of Opiate. And I look up towards. You said it's dawn light still at this moment, yes?
Yeah, it is right somewhere between dawn and an actual sunrise.
I
You
look
know,
at
this twilight.
the receding pink star in the heavens, the duomers of red and pink and yellow. My eyes take them in. I breathe in deeply and think back of my meditations upon the great dream that will one day become all, assume the abomination of flesh and a purity of spirit. And to cast my eyes about those that begin to roam down the street as I turn back from placing a few large earthworms in easy access of the owls, of any who have not sated themselves on rats or squirrels or other lizard-like beasts the night before out in the forest of Numidia.
They greatly appreciate the feeding. They are half wild but half tame. They seem to like you, not so much other visitors. But something's odd this day. You've noticed it when you entered the building, but now it actually strikes you. No work is done. Like, you don't see workers. You don't see what you expect a busy building site.
Well, do they typically arrive before this time?
Usually they should be here about now.
Mm. All right. So a slight, a very, very the faintest of annoyances touches me. Still, it is very early, so I don't place too much of an issue in my mind upon that circumstance.
And this is about you spend a bit of time with the owls, with your morning routine, as a satyr approaches carefully, stepping onto the building side, just looking around. Karel, priest, and you recognize the voice. You know the satyr. He is it's Pelos.
And he is a regular in the town, then, yes?
Yes, he is a regular. He actually is what you could consider him a devout follower of Opiate. He enjoys.
Well, that earns points with him in my eyes. I move towards him. Yes.
Ah.
Once.
Greetings.
I walk like right up on him. I stride.
He hunches back a bit, and he's almost. He's always a bit sleepy. He seems like he's in this constant state of half awake, half asleep, which might come from his excessive consumption of opium.
No, I would consider that obviously another mark in his favor.
That's great. Great one. The workers arrived today in the morning, and I arrived, but behold, we have no stone, no wood is left.
No stone and no wood? Surely I shall have to see to such things. It is good you are here. Well, stone is always preferred. Still, quarrying is an entirely different domain that I am intending to inspect. Take them in, and have them with axe in hand or shovel or what may be summoned, and find the wood from the edge of the forest. Do it near to our beautiful winemaker's abode. The trees seem to rattle him with the spectral sounds they produce. Knock some of those trees down, further them back from his estates. This will perhaps fill him with more bravado. Take them there for the day's journey, and then in a few days I shall return with supply enough to work on at least the outer rectory, if not the inner aspects of stonework, the rafters, the beams. So we put high and to vault the ceiling and the grandeur of Opiate, and it will contain wonderful artistry and paintings to evoke that evocative, ethereal majesty, the kingdom of dreams. And I lean in on him, my purple starlit eyes sparkling in the morning sun. I show my large fangs.
Such is his will.
Indeed.
The Orc, close to the home of the Orc, he recounts. I shall do this.
Very well. Trouble you no longer with your pedestrian matters.
There is one.
What is it?
He hunts back, and I had the most peculiar dream this night.
Eyes widen, pray tell then, for this is not a pedestrian matter. Speak then of that which is exotic and strange and surreal.
He sits.
That hurt my ears.
He sits down casually on the ground. You see, I was in this state of mind where I was ready to fall into the lands of dream. There was still flesh. And then I saw a great wave come towards me, and it swallowed the lands of green and purple. It felt threatening and dark, and something hideous lurked underneath this wave. All green vanished, all flooded, and there was nothing left the empty waters, and he shudders. It was not a good dream.
I turn towards the harbor. Waters that flood. Darkness. Nothing left. Destruction. Desolation. This is what your dream portends, yes?
Such was my interpretation. Yes, yes, you
And
described
I
it
turn
well.
back. I turn back towards the fields of wine, and my hand trembles slightly in agitation and fear. Oh, you cannot have such order. Must be brought to wrangle in this drooling mess. Leviathan's face cannot undo us in great flood. Oh, I look up to the heavens. Oh, that sort of flood, flooding down from the moon with ancientness. The whispers, the whispers. I begin to think back to what the orc told me. The whispers. What role do whispers play in destruction? Tell me and appraise me then of all dreams you may have, and what may come of their kind, so that I might know what ilk of danger dances on the edge of premonition, and the vexing omens you foretell. It seems opiate has plans, your mouth to my ears, and then to action. And I praise you, O great one, the painter. I praise you for sharing fortuitous vision with this humble satyr. And I place my hand, my enormous hand, and I covers his face on his head. You have been blessed. Know this, and know that in your mind dance revelation, blended falsehood and truth to fix and struggle. When it is between you and I, and I just keep my hand on his head, to find what truth lies in a mixed maze and shuttered whispers from truth at reality's core. Vivid. I remove my hand absently from him.
He bows just deeply. His head almost touches the ground as he bows. I shall be such an oracle, as long as it pleases the great dreamer.
Yes, of course. Go then and tell the men to chop fast, for wood is well an enemy of water, if it is water, and not something else. And I look up that seeks to flood out what we have built difficultly.
The satyr slowly rises. Yes, I shall make haste. And when he says haste, he slowly steps forward, one step after another. And for his
that doesn't
haste,
bother me. You got to get like a complete pass on that with me. Because he's clearly doing important work otherwise, so can't hold that against him.
getting high is important.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he walks away. And you also know that this day, somewhere in the evening, or during the day, the ogre, the great one, Agrun, proclaimed he would return and host the great feast
Yes.
in his hall. So, you have the whole day ahead of you. What are your first steps?
Well, the first things I'm going to do is go back now that I've made sure everything is fine and secure and the workers are done. Well, the workers are going to begin the mission that I've handed them. I will make my way to the Longhouse and attend to what business is there.
You make your way to the Longhouse, and it is these early hours that are probably the most peaceful in this town, when people get ready to attend market to do their
I
business.
enjoy peace. I'm a peaceful man, and I enjoy peaceful surroundings.
And as you walk along the water as you have to, close by the harbor. And it's very still. It's every drop into the ocean would make huge circles. It is a flat surface, like the steppe filled with water. Still, patient, almost like a spider waiting. No fish, no waves, hardly wind at all. It lies there. And you make your way, you arrive at the long hall, you enter. All is as it should be on the first glance. The servants doing their work, they have heard who is coming back. The Lord of the Hall is returning. And they better do a good job of cleaning up and preparing. They know what happens to those who do not.
Yeah, I'll make sure that they do so, as I don't want to have my reputation besmirched. But yeah, I feel that probably falls far more on them than me. So.
And there's always work to be done now that, there's a feast. Preparations have to be made. Food has to be prepared. Wine has to be bought, has to be filled. Well, the tables have to be cleaned. It is a mess. It is a lot of work. Sadly, such are the obligations of a student. While that happens, we see again, now away from the threatening eyes of Ahriman, under the dead body of Ahura Mazda. We are at the edge of the forest. Peaceful there for the moment. The orc does his business. And again his peace is disturbed as a group of ogres, 10, a few satyrs, 2 humans, and a Freyine, they march in a column. They all carry heavy axes of iron. They carry logs, they carry carts, and they set up camp not too far away from you, well within your sight and within your earshot. And they stop chopping down those trees.
I immediately stop what I'm doing as soon as I see them setting up camp. I'm like, what are you doing? I put down the plow sleigh, that I had working, pulled by my lone old Afterlang, my only work animal that joins me here. I'll have to look into that later, but I couldn't start making my way as fast as myself can take me. Although I'm not a fast by any means, my anatomy doesn't really isn't all about speed, but I'll make it there soon enough. The speed of low.
You approach them, and you can hear these iron tools hacking into the wood, and it makes this sound that only iron on wood can make. And you can hear the chipping. And as you come closer, you hear a voice. Someone, what is that? I think that's the orc. Oh, yes. The great priest told me of him. And you see a satyr waving his hand. Well met.
I roll up in there like I'm on fire. Like I just start like as if an alpha silverback is rolling in there. I go down all fours and I slam down on the ground and I shout, having some grades of intimidation. What in the name are you doing here? What are you doing to these trees? Who has brought you here? I shout at them in angry tongue of Moolish, or if they're speaking in Tehulian, I'll yell at them in that.
No, they actually spoke in Moolish. You make quite the entry, all of them. They stop what they're doing and they turn. And you see the ogres, about 10 of them, they shouldering their axes, and they look at you. And the satyr puts up his hand. We meant no disruption, my friend. We have been ordered by the greatest of all, the great Rima, to procure materials for his temple. We need wood. I was told this might please you, does it not? The satyr says.
I look at the forest. What I'm trying to get a mental image here, a detail question for you, is to where the vineyard is and to where the sort of the greater forest begins. are they? They're not on my land.
No, they're not really on your land,
Yeah,
but they're close enough that you can hear them if they would like shout,
Okay.
or you can hear them when it's really silent. And you can see them, but they're not on your land.
But what they say, I take mental note at them, like, and then I say back, no, go over there, cut those trees, take them, only the ones that are already down. Look for those specifically. Those have the best wood. Not these. And I gesture to some trees specifically, and I make like a specific gesture, like I go up to one of the trees. It just so happens to be an oak tree, I'm just, this, no. I will mark ones. You see this? Look, you, Satyr, come. And I'm all like posturing. I'm all standing upright. I am trying to look like, a little frustrated. Look, quickly. See? Touch. You do not take any of these down. The others, you find dead trees. There's plenty in the forest. You'll have to go deeper.
No, he says, we won't. We will take the strong trees, only the strongest, the healthiest, the best for the great temple, not the dead. If this displeases you, and he looks up and he has a cocky grin on his face, the great hall houses the priest. Bring here your complaints to him. I have sacrifices to make. We will leave those trees, and he points towards the one you touched. We will let them stand.
See to it that you do. And I'm leering my beady little eyes at him. Then I just look at him for a moment, and then I look up at the ogres, and I give them that look too, almost like this look of utter ferocity. You see me,
You can see them sneer. They like a challenge, and you see in the eyes of the satyr, they're almost dead. This guy is not
I got that.
entirely in this world anymore.
Oh, I got that. Yeah. But look at the ogres, not to show them that I ain't no pushover. Having been around ogres before and knowing a little bit of their tendencies. And I stand there a bit in a posture, and then I back away, and I look, I back away in a moment, not as if like, sort of to say that you are the dominant, but more like, I'm keeping my eye on you. And then I make my way back, and I'm all a little frustrated. You see me just, I actually, just angrily make my way up over to the plow. But when I put my hands onto the wooden plow, and I pet the Optalang, the old Optalang that had originally brought me here in this place, and gently brush my hand around the scales, and that calms me down. And I can see the vineyards, the growing grapevine trees, and I look back at them.
And as soon as you back settled in, you hear this obnoxious sound, the chipping of the wood as they fall and fell the trees with utter utter oblivion to their health.
Oh yeah, I'm getting my things ready. I'm making my way to town.
The sun, the dead body, is high in the sky, spending its light to Kbegathale as a wave goes through the town. And upon the horizon, those that are outside can see the longboats returning as they sail in the big, heavy rudders that carry them, as there's no wind today, carry them back into the harbor. And into the great hall the servant comes running. He runs into, he's like, the great ogre, he returns! He's already upon the shores. Are we? Are we prepared?
I begin to conduct a quick walkthrough of the place, looking for anything, and like even small things. I point out, right, clean there. Toss him towards it. Not like horribly, but getting the point across is ogre society is one of violence. There, clean that spot under the floor. Monsieur Cowboy, who don't like the presence of those of Helena spying with their beady-eyed eyes. And I put a boot to the spider.
It crunches underneath your heels.
Yeah, and rightfully so.
At the same time you receive this message, others do too. Tholangos can hear the news through the windows. It is carried quickly through a city like this. Yes, Ander?
I was also going to say that I have quickly some food and not drinks poured, but ready to be poured. Everything is like a little layout of food so that he can immediately sate his appetite with cheeses and with hawks of meat. Not a tremendous amount because we're going to feast, but there's a feast and the man got to put something in his belly right now, so just keep that in mind.
Absolutely. I will note that down. And as the word carries through town, Tholangos, you also receive a message. A messenger arrives at your door, and in short terms he tells you that the great feast will be tonight. The ogre will celebrate his victory, maybe his greatest yet, and you have the honor to be allowed to attend.
A warm smile comes over me as I'm excited to see the great ogre again. I have a bit of a fondness for him. And I thank the messenger. Thank you, I'll be right there in due time.
You will be, he says. And he leaves you, makes his way to other houses. And also, the orc receives the messenger. Someone who clearly doesn't share his respect for the soil, as he almost blindly walks him to this sacred land, looking for the orc.
Why do you come?
You? Ah,
Seems
there you
just
are.
gonna come interview. See, I have just casually have some, it's like a long wooden rake with like little fingers. Why'd you
Praise.
come
The ogre has returned, and tonight he will feast. And he decided that you are worthy to share in this great victory of his. You have the honor to be allowed at his table.
here? I thank you for this invitation. I will attend.
Yes, you will, he says.
Why not?
And with that, the messenger turns on his heel and makes his way back.
There's a good little bit of degree of I'm glad I didn't have to shoo him off my land kind of thing. Like,
I will head down towards the boat after I've inspected the house, striding through there.
Yes.
My cloak billowing, my huge body on display. Definitely, individuals need to know to get out of my way. I can be very kind and pleasant, or I can be extremely abrasive and gruff. So people will get pushed out the way. I'm not that fast though. I kind of almost like a Jason kind of stalk, just directly towards the harbor. Make sure that I am seen there.
And indeed, you make your way through, and like an icebreaker through the Arctic, you just make your way through this small crowd that is assembling upon the beach as the longboats come in. And you can already see the brightly colored shields at the side of the ship. You can see from the mast hanging severed heads, trophies of a successful raid. And you can see the men already hammering their fists onto their chests as they sail in. And the great ogre standing in front of them all at the top of the ship, raising his hand above. And this crowd, it's about 150, 200 people. And they start cheering when they see him arrive in such a good mood. For it is known that when the ogre returns with great plunder, he can be very charitable, can be very generous if he wants to. And you
And
see,
that's why I'm right there, right up front, the first person, like sort of pushing aside and making sure he's given room.
you see already too. You see multiple. You see Farum there. You see humans, Phrygians. Of course, almost every ogre that isn't working right now is there. And you also see some of the more unfortunate, some human beggars making their way. Those downtrodden that hope to snatch a coin here or there, or a piece of this treasure from the hands of the ogre. And you also see some sirens. They usually don't make their way outside of their homes. They have no need to.
I'm filtering all this information versus the dream I had. Could the flood be the great ogre? Could he be the problem that must be quashed? Could that be what Opiate's telling me through Satyr Lips? Is the problem the siren and their watery despicableness? The fact that Leviathan was not praised and wishes to be praised when clearly Opiate only should be praised at Leviathan's expense? Is it Aramon? Is there darkness? And I look over carefully to see if any new faces come off the boat, any strange slaves, particularly any women.
Ah. As you look over the crowd, you don't. Most faces are somewhat familiar to you. One, though, you've heard about only. With a small group of siren, there might be about 10 of them, stands a female siren of incredible beauty that you can see, even for you. A red cloak over her shoulders, she stands proud and tall, slender, perfectly shaped. Even you can see the appeal in the shape of the siren.
Definitely.
As her face is almost hewn out of marble by the greatest craftsman of all, and she looks with her dead, ice-cold eyes down to the ship, almost waiting for something. And around her, not a lot of people seem to avoid her. The sirens stand around her, protecting her, shielding her off from these filthy, dirty peasants and masons and workers and lumberjacks or sailors. And the great ogre makes his way, the boat arrives, and he jumps out of the boat, and the crowd cheers as he puts up his hand, and he shouts his name in victory. And then his men come aboard. And then the prizes. You see chests being carried, and they sort of left them half open so everyone could gaze upon this treasure of silver, and you see gold and jewels and other precious items. And then a long line of slaves chained with their hands and their feet onto each other. And that stream doesn't seem to end. You see humans, you see Farum, you see some ogres among them, you see Phrygians, all of them strong and healthy. They will be good slaves. A lot of females among them, yes. Nothing out of the ordinary, at least at first sight, for you. And as the ogre comes ashore, he sees you. Well, how could he not see you?
Of course. And why wouldn't he?
And he walks up to you with open arms. Your sacrifice was well worth it.
I nod my head.
See the bountiful harvest.
I had wondrous dreams, and dreams even brought by others to me, from Opiate, foretelling your glorious return. And I grab him and I kiss him on the forehead. Yes, glory and strength to this. Look at what he has done for you, commoners. Look upon the glory and the power, for it is here, materialized from dreams themselves, swept back on seas and winds. and I point. I kind of like my hand's pointing, and I just sort of settle in on that siren. Of course, wins Fatosh. But he has defied all such things, for it is dreams and their wings that have carried our glorious leader, back to us. Rejoice in your heart, let it flare with fiery passion, and let that passion spill to paint upon this town the glory it deserves, the creation and grandeur that springs ever coming stronger, like the tree growing to the sky, so too does our home grow from him, and his strength see gold and silver, see works of art brought to this shore. Glory! Glory has come to us, and your form made flesh material from phantasm and mist.
Praise!
I grab his shoulders, and I'm, putting all this positive energy towards him, like, yeah, you're awesome.
Yeah, he certainly does feel awesome. Praised be the dreamer. But don't think I have forgotten you, my faithful people. And he stops one of the ogres carrying one of those grand big chests, and he just puts his gigantic hands in it and has just a pile of coins of gold and silver and copper, and just throws it into the people.
I'll clap and try to get the people,
with big hands, and immediately they just swarm upon that. You see especially those baggers that have stone in here and there, they just jump on that shit, trying to scoop it from the earth, kicking each other over. But no, don't fight. There's enough, and he just throws like 2 or 3 hands of this treasure to the people, and they love it.
I nod like, yeah, that's the right thing to do.
And they love it. They go crazy. They hear shout. They praise his name. You hear, praise be Argrun, the greatest, the grand, the eternal. And you hear people say, praise Opiate for bringing us treasure and for bringing us slaves.
Praise Opiate and praise Argrun. Indeed, let that spill from your lips as wine flows in them.
And he looks at you. I have brought...
I'm standing to his side now, no longer blocking his way.
I've brought great treasure, and a piece of it shall be given to Opiate, for he brought much victory. Great flesh.
More stone for the temple.
No, don't worry about it. You shall have it.
For Opiate has a wonderful patron, and in the dreams your name is known. It is known.
As you say that, he gets closer and puts his hand on your shoulder and gets a bit closer. What have you dreamt? Have you dreamed of more victory?
I have dreamed
what does the future
of your
hold
face.
for me?
I have dreamed of your face coming close, coming and returning. I knew victory. I knew victory before you had left, and it was reaffirmed in the nights that you were gone. And I have seen, and others have seen, one thing that is disturbing. And we must fortify, for a great danger approaches, whether it be a drowning of darkness or of that dark water, I am not sure. But there is agitation from jealous gods, creators, perhaps even angels, that do not like the strength that has been brought here. But we shall overcome. Yes, but we must know that our eyes, hungry, greedy, hateful eyes upon us, yes, that we shall, with that knowledge, be ready for them, and they shall take pain and freak that you have built shall not be undone.
Envy eyes. And he looks over his shoulder. There are envy eyes all around. And his gaze
That's
lingers.
Now I really want to manipulate him. I go, yes, they are here even now with us.
And his gaze lingers for a moment on the siren.
Yeah, I cut over to the sirens. Do not worry, I have a plan there. But all of them, they whisper, remember, even with the kindness you show, there are hateful, poisonous hearts that want more and more, that want deeper into your coffers. thieves, brigands, and scum of the soul. But you have true friends here, true friends that love you. And I'll like look at some of his, like, the guys that I appraise are probably fairly close to him and just put them over to put myself over. Karn and Amagris and Siphon. Yes, Sycondian. Ah, smack 'em. All good, loyal ogres, strong as the heartbeat of a mountain. And I just start pounding on one of them, like, pumping him up.
Oh, that works. They help them.
Yes.
They're getting shit. Yes, good strong hands I see, fiery hearts.
And a lot of us would be enough to stand as Heller against ocean. Against ocean. And I look out to the harbor, and then I look to the sky, and whatever form it takes, and whatever tells of whispers, it will be silenced, and there will be strength in this sound, in this city, in this monument to achievement. Truly, I hear these whisperings as well on the horizon of dreams and the deep purples and the spectrums of blue. There, I see your face painted. One day you will be a saint, not a ghost, not a plaything of Tehul from which ogres do come, but a thing that plays in the starry space of that other world of vivid creation. Spectacular! I see it for you, and I'm like aggressive and grabbing him and just really trying to put him over so much. He had very very positive
And he grabs you by the shoulder, and you feel this. Even though you are a lot taller than this ogre, his grip is almost hurtful when he grabs you. Tell me, yes, tell me more. Come, join me to the hall. And tell me of this future. But first, tell me, what bothered you? Who bothered you while I was gone? I need to know.
We shall talk of such things. And I shall tell you this, and I lean in and I look around in your hall while you were gone. When I first came in, I found too many spiders. Too many. With webs low, with webs high, and the ones that walk without webs. Too many spiders. Too many eyes each spider has. They watch, and I had them stomped and instructed servants to do so. And even this morning, as servants made preparation, and I oversaw them in hall, I found spiders. I even know they had been crushed. We must keep visual, for Helena is enemy.
Enemy, yes.
Yes.
All are enemy.
Helena, the crumbler of temples, the devourer. Must worry for her. She would take that prize orc we have, that wonder of the west coast. That will be a strength, and offering new product and showing strength, particularly once we embolden his field with proper slave. He will be a jewel in your crown, my king.
And every time you say the word king, you see him smile. He likes that word.
Oh yeah, we're working him.
King Argurun the Great.
Yes.
And he slowly, with this parade, he doesn't go directly to the hall. No, fuck that.
Mm-hmm.
He walks around it, and
I'm right there beside him, arm around him, letting all the people see.
He shows it through the town before this chain of slaves. Two, three, maybe 4 dozen slaves on chains. These 5 big chests filled with plunder. As the orcs, some of them carry their trophies. Monstrous, great, and strong ogres of Farum. Their heads nailed to the shields as they parade them through town for all to see and behold, and to know who is in charge.
So as we come to the place where the battle occurred, because you asked what happened, here there was a Frayne, a seller of pathetic goods, a Khan, who was beaten to death by a Farum, both of no report or name. I used the incident to make sure order was established in your name. The patriarch of the Farum Aristude. He came and bargained for the Ferum's life. There is no Freying of name to come and speak, and so arrangements were made for proper punishment on his end, which I believe has helped to fortify relations with their patriarch, as well as a human.
Did the
by the name of
Freying...
Cade.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I said as well as a human by the name of Cade. I believe it has been put properly so that they may be beginning to descend into your debt and know their place, which is...
Cade. I do know that human. He presented me with a skull, didn't he?
Yes, the blonde-haired one with the beard, strange as it is in their face.
The frail old man he was.
And carries a sword.
A sword.
I believe he is a Pelganite, as best I can tell. But he seems to be honored elder amongst humans, so best to watch carefully.
Good. The Freying who was killed, was he a fraud? Did he do wrong?
He sold items and tools of poor quality. He had no use to us. Merely to steal the wealth of the city in one way or another. I also unearthed another Ferrum that I believe was in league with some gang. From what I understand, follower of Cassida, a thief, common thief. But I have instructed him on the best practices of such things and alleviated the problems you'd caused with the human and Ferrum alike.
Will he bring offerings?
He has brought offerings, and those will be shown when you are in the hall. It has been taken care of, I assure you. But he has been instructed that he's not to ply his trade here, but on other nearby areas, and to show a taste of all such gotten goods to yourself.
If he brings tribute, I don't care if he steals from the weak.
Of course.
Good. Well, I see. The town has kept you busy then.
It has
now
been,
you see
as you
how
said.
heavy a crown can wear.
Indeed. Crown, yes. Yes. And I look at him and I kind of...
Now, for that feast tonight, I want you to prepare sacrifice to Opiate to honor him.
Of course.
For the glory and for the victory he brought.
Of course.
You do that so the others might see his glory.
It has been already taken care of, Marquis.
Good. You enter the hall and the servants are lined up, waiting for his inspection. Though he almost has no mind for it. He just sits down. He takes his great horn, his drinking horn, just douses a bit of wine.
I'm just going to sit and drink with him, and once he's been into his cups and relaxed, not like I'm all up on him and just casually, then I will go get that first bit of tribute I had brought for him, which was a big ring for him.
Yeah, show me.
It was a ring. Well, no, I don't even tell him. I'm just going to. It was a ring, and what was the other item? Remember?
He brought a sort of a glass bowl with where you could see your reflection. I think it's like a bowl made of very fine glass and with works on it and all that jazz.
Okay. I know he had a big ring too. I casually get up because they're kind of over on a table, and I pick those things up and I bring them. This was the first bit of tribute that I demanded upon your name from the thief. See the ring, which is fine, and the bowl as well. I thought quite nice.
He looks at him. He plays with it in his big hands.
And you said it was an owl, right?
An owl? No, a bowl. I said.
A bowl. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And he looks at the items and sort of inspects them. Yes, they do please me.
Mm.
And then he tosses the ring back on the table and puts the bowl back on now. Oh, I will rest now. Wake me when the feast begins. I don't want to be disturbed.
I nod my head, and I just sort of continue in my chair and reach over and take another a large goblet of the fine wine. And eat just a bit of the food, not ruining my appetite. But
And he leaves you there, your chair right next to his. Oh, I guess you could call it a throne, a great wooden throne.
oh, soon enough. I have more plans.
And the servants prepare the whole. They bring in more tables, more chairs. They set up the feast. And there are a couple of hours left, about 5 to 6 hours left until the feast is to begin. Now, all of you have a bit of time. Is there something you would like to do until that point?
I'm staying either there or near there, sort of moving around in that area outside, so that any business that and I instruct the servants to come find me if any business that he's not to be disturbed under any circumstance. That I'll handle anything. But I'm going to just sort of be milling about with a slight bit of nervous energy and a bit of happiness at what's to come.
I use the daylight, as much of the daylight as I can, to work the fields. There is a bit of a protective guise that has come forefront to my mind of the whispers of the previous night, of this threat, and seeing those lumberjacks. For a moment I thought that was a threat, but perhaps there's something more. But there is a complaint that I will give, but or perhaps further instruction as to what I meant. But that'll come later.
Oh, very well.
I'm always very aware of the position of the sun and sort of calculating. I'm a smart orc, so kind of calculating how much time I have left until those 2 moons come up. I'm like,
Very well.
And I'll be using the bit of time that I have left to put the finishing touches on a tribute I was working on for Argun, a weapon for him.
Very well. He will be pleased with weapons. He does like to kill things. All right. Then we will continue in a minute. I will be right back. I'm so sorry, but I'll be right back.
it's okay. It's okay. We understand. I hope everyone that is watching this game is enjoying it as much as we all are, I'm sure. You better believe that Orcish wine gonna come into play soon.
The Orcish wine will come into play.
People will be celebrating.
Everyone's looking forward to that.
That's right, no doubt.
That's true.
Did George say that today, the day of the feast, was going to be day 56, or was that a few days ago when we were?
I think he's meaning for it to be.
I think he's saying it is 56.
Yeah.
That was my
Okay,
understanding of
the
that.
day of the feast. Okay, because I somehow got in my head that the feast day was Bacchus's. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
it's only a couple of days after that.
We don't care about Bacchus here.
There's a
Sure,
couple
about
of
opiates.
days.
All right. I'm sorry for this interruption, but nature has to be taken care of.
Mm-hmm. And so it does. But I'm estimating how much time it takes to sort of finish what I'm doing in the fields. Checking the growing, grapevines and then the trees. I mean, they have been recently planted only a couple cycles ago. As I had arrived here only a couple, what was it, 3 cycles ago was when this town was first, people started first going?
The time was established about 15 cycles.
Okay, 15. All right, then never mind that. Yeah, because I came pretty early in that. So. Okay, then yeah. So just double checking, making sure that there's no, growth that shouldn't be. The last thing I want is any sort of infestation, locusts, or specifically, or any other foul insects that may be eating. Or any sort of fungi or disease, anything horrible like that, I do keep an upkeep on my goods.
Oh no, this is good, rich soil. The plants you plant in here, they grow fantastically, and they grow healthily and strong and fast.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes even better than in your homeland, you think, or it feels like it at least.
Been so long. But I'm always very wary of those lumberjacks and that noise. Like, it's disturbing the feng shui vibe I had created over here. There's a reason why I'm so far out. Yeah, come on, man.
They do interrupt your word more than once, and more than once you bow down to one of the younger saplings and lovingly care for it, and you're on this mood, this concentration, as it gets disrupted by a loud lumberjack saying, "Look at that!"
But when it's time to get ready and head to town for the for the feast, I do have some degree, of looking a bit proper. I'm not going to be showing up sweaty and stuff, so do wash up a little bit. I just wear some simple rags, really. Nice sort of gray brownish cowl that's just sort of drawn over my shoulders and over my back, like hunched over back, and just simple clothing underneath. Some pouches, some leather pouches here and there. Yeah, make my way eventually, just very slowly make my way as twilight appears in the sky.
Twilight rises indeed. The sun is lowering itself, and we are in these precious moments, this hour between night and day, where vision gets distorted, and other things crawl out of their hiding places. The eyes of Ahriman are not yet up in the sky, but they will be soon, and most people try and get home before they do. Thalan goes. Oh no! Actually, let us be surprised by what you make. I don't want to spoil. I don't want to spoil it.
Fair.
The hour is there. The great feast calls, and all of you that approach, you see a good 100 people making their way to the hall. You see Ferrum, you see Freyin, you see Human, you even see Siren, Ogre, Satyr, whatever crawls within this town. Everything of name and of some importance has been summoned to pay homage to the greatest conqueror that ever was, or will be. You see familiar faces. You see Slachter, the Typhon merchant, the slaver, slithering, hanged with gold and chains and rings on his spider-like fingers, making his way to the hole that already. You can see the lights inside. You can smell the food that's coming out of the windows. You can smell the strong wine, orcish wine. You see Ferrum of note. Now as a mason. You see a grandson of Erisud named Thalagar making his way there. You can even see the Siren in crowd of others of her kind, in her red crimson cloak, walking up the stairs to the great hall to pay homage like everyone else has to.
I am certainly going to want to have a bit of time to speak with the same siren. I'd like to get her name spelled so I can write that down, please.
Yes, I definitely will get you that. Da-da-da-dum. Right. Yeah, in the chat. If you her name is inside of the hall. As soon as you step in, it's warm. A great hearth, great fires burning, spending light, spending warmth. Massive, long tables have been erected to host all of these multiple of guests. And at the end, there sits on a pedestal almost, a bit higher than the rest, is the great throne, the wooden throne of Argrun the Ogre. Two smaller chairs next to him, where his most trusted advisor sit. And as you know how these things go, the closer you are to the Great Ogre, the more important you will be received.
Now, how close am I to him?
You have the privilege of sitting next to him.
Now, am I on his left or his right?
You're on his left.
Now, which is more important, the left or the right?
Well, that is a matter of interpretation. Usually, the right is perceived as something of a, the right-hand man, the co-leader. The left is often seen as the one in the shadows that works behind the scenes. It is less visible, but can be of equal importance. But not everyone puts weight into such things.
I measure many ways. So I've always contemplate that. But I sit there quite pleased with where I am at the moment.
The ogre himself is not yet there. You see only the many, many servants, the slave, all of them, the ogre, guardsmen, ever so watchful in every corner, and the masses of food that have been presented. And on display, you have all the plunder that has been taken, all that gold, the statues, the silver, the copper, the precious metals, weapons of steel that have been taken from enemies, from the higher ranking ones that possess such things. All on display for all of you to behold, and a great big table right next to it where those can offer their tribute that want to earn favors. And right now, it's just this great mingling where everyone is working groups, they're talking, there's a constant noise of whispers and shoutings and laughter and praising and greetings going on as everyone assembles at this moment. And this is the scene you enter.
So, when I approached that noise of that crowd, I could start seeing the crowd, my beady little eyes, as I took a small sort of wagon, it's basically like a bench with two wheels, it's not meant to haul anything really, just something that I am testing out for this evening, something that I had made, as is drawn by my afterling. I had one before. And I'd broken that down a long time ago, but I'm making my way, and I could hear the sound of the people becoming more and more, clearer, and I get a little bit more and more nervous, as I'm getting to more like a busier place with more people, and I see that long house and all the people and the hubbub moving about. I park my ride by a nearby stable. And I make my way there. Always very conscious of any eyes that are looking at me. Anyone that is particularly looking at me not like casual looking at me, but as if they're appraising me or something. That's something I most certainly look back at them and kind of posture a bit and as there's a bit of fear inside of me. Being the only orc here.
You are not only the only orc, but you're also the center of attention for many.
Mm-hmm.
As you approach,
into the longhouse, yeah.
Many turn their heads. Some even, they stop in their motion, and they point. Did you see that? Is that the orc? Yeah, I think he lives outside. Oh, I don't trust orcs. That is probably the thing you hear the most. Orcs and magic and distrust. Andrew, welcome. Glad you could make it. Just so you know, the scene we're in, the Great Ogre has returned from his plunder with much to show off, many slaves, much coin, and the Great Hall has been prepared for a feast, with almost everyone of name arriving, and even some of no name that have been invited. There's light, there's music, people talk, people chat, people gossip in this great hall with the feasting tables prepared for about 100 guests, the plunder on display, and a table for offerings next to it. And everyone is arriving at this moment.
Yeah, well, I enter looking slightly disheveled, perhaps could be the best word for it. I have look on my face. I have deep bags under my eyes, almost indicating that perhaps I didn't sleep well the previous night at all. But to go through a character description again, I am a Pharum. I am about 4'2". I am reddish brown of skin with a little bit of extra hair that goes back in a small ponytail, brown hair. And I am cleanly shaven, completely cleanly shaven, with a small, thin scar that runs right from the middle of my neck up into the bottom of my chin. But at the moment, I'm dressed in my best attire, a green tunic with sort of a silver lining with copper buttons up the front. Definitely very fashionable looking, with nice black trousers and black boots. But I enter and look for to pay my respects, of course, to the great ogre Argron, and I have something small for him to present, but I sort of I glance around looking for him.
The great ogre is not yet present. You see at the end of the long tables his throne elevated above the rest, of course. Two chairs besides his throne, one to his left, one to his right. On the left, sitting the great blue giant Karael, though no sight of the ogre himself.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'll stride up confidently to Karael, wishing to make my my friendly introductions to him. Karael.
As you make your way there, this is a long hall. It takes a bit of time to get through the masses and the people. You feel you're almost halfway through. You feel a hand on your shoulder, a cold hand with claws on its end. My friend, it's good to see you again. As you turn, you see the Typhon behind you, a smile on his face.
My smile, just for a second, there's a small sort of crack in my visage. That sort of worried look comes back to my face, and I say, "Ah, yes, my friend. Ah, it is good to see you. How may I help you this day?"
Oh, how may I help me? So let's giggling. You see, you ask for names, I have names for you. Allow me to welcome you among our meets. I will give them to you later. But something I want to bring to your attention, my friend, because I don't want misunderstandings between us. I came to procure wares that I was promised, and lo behold, none were there.
Yeah, I look at him and say, yes, a misunderstanding. Of course, that is exactly what it was. There was a small incident that happened earlier. These goods that I had promised to you so graciously, unfortunately, have slipped from my grasp. However,
you feel his hand on your shoulder, like his grip is tightening a bit as you say that.
Yeah, I figured as much. Yeah, I definitely give him a worried look. I know very well the ways of Typhon and what very well could happen to me if goods are not delivered as promised. But I do have I do have things to give you in recompense. If you stop by later on, I will be in my shop, and we can work out another deal. Work out another means of payment. Perhaps some glass. I definitely like the words are being dragged out of me. Some glassware and some jewelry that you could.
Slachter would have wanted your glasswork. He would have asked for your glasswork. He did not do that. All the things I
Yes.
wanted, I pointed to. You promised me. You broke your promise, my friend. And I have to consider now that you don't want my friendship.
I do, absolutely. In fact, if you are not interested in the glassware and such, there was another arrangement I was coming to. If you are looking for similar sort of goods, I was just coming to. I was going to speak to the great ogre Argron about perhaps setting up a business deal where I would procure some items from the Ducasit, the vicious fae that live in the woods, that I would take. I would take some items from them, and perhaps some could make their way into your pocket. Of course, I do not have these items presently. You understand. This events have accelerated very quickly.
Such is not my concern. He looks at you. He looks at you for a few moments with these dead snake eyes.
I sort of shrug and I say, "Well, there is simply nothing I can do. The items are gone, but of course I can arrange for alternate payment. I do apologize."
Slachter has an idea. I will forget such insolence. And I will demand no further goods from you that you clearly do not possess, my friend. Instead, you will remember what a gracious, generous friend I can be when I will need your friendship.
I sort of, I give a toothy smile and say, yes, of course, I will remember your generosity, and perhaps when I procure some items, as I say, some of these items could make their way into your hands at a generous price.
Mm-hmm. He looks at you and he lets you sweat for a few moments. I'll see. Just remember, I never forget a name, nor do I forget a face. And he sort of pats you on the back, pats you on your cheek. I will have a favor to ask from you in the future. Until then, enjoy the feast Agrun has presented for us and his underlings. And be careful you do not step and fall. It is dangerous and it hurts to fall.
Yeah, I watch him leave, but I fiddle with the gold necklace around my neck, nervously thinking about debts, more debts, just what I need at a time like this. I'm definitely definitely not in a good mood, but there's nothing to be done. Business must continue. So I make my way through the hall, perhaps with less patience and more worry than I was before. Making my way to the left-hand side of the throne to Karel, the large ogre that I will speak to.
I slowly turn towards my own left and cast my gaze down on you appraisingly. Blaris, I recall.
Yes, Karel. It is good to see you again. Things have been very, very busy for me lately. It is good to see a friendly face here.
As I don't have eyebrows, but I have, of course, a ridge here. I cock that, looking down at you. Is that so? Hopefully not too busy.
Yeah, I give him a knowing look, saying, No. It's a busy night, but not that kind of busy. Honest labor. I've been up to. Plans are in motion. Thoughts sprung to my mind through that sleepless night I had. But I come, of course, bringing gifts for the great ogre Argron, and a donation to a small donation, a humble donation to your great temple here of Opiate.
Donations are always welcome. The living dream appreciates those wise enough to realize the truth that flickers behind substance, the ephemeral shadow, which is true reality. You shall see some example of that in moments to come, before feast proper begins. But yes, I shall accept. Now let me ask you a question, George. The actual protocol, there's probably a time when he accepts gifts during something like that. Would that be correct?
Yes. Yeah, he likes to see them in person. He likes for people to bow and.
But he doesn't like people just to come up at any random time and start handing him. So there's an actual time for that, yes?
Oh yeah, I mean that's procedure.
Mm-hmm.
I say, I will accept now, but Argroon will allow you at the appointed time. I will see that you are seen, Laris. Do not quiver internally. Will suffer that momentary doubt. When the time is right, you will be summoned forward.
Of course.
And I extend my hand, waiting for what offering you have for me.
Oh, and yeah, it's not as little as you fear, but it's not as much as you would hope for. A couple of silver coins make their way quickly into your hand.
My voice is naturally loud, so I allow it to maybe just go up, just maybe a slight volume. Laris, your offerings and contributions to the House of Dreams is noted and appreciated. All are blessed that carefully tend their ties towards the future of dreams. Make sure others can hear this, and as the hand is out, as the coins are put down, I will, of course, as I'm saying it, kind of slamp my hand shut, so others don't necessarily know how much he gave, but make sure they all give deeply.
Of course. But each coin that passes out of my hand, it almost looks like each coin that passes out of my hand is almost like a blow has been sort of struck physically against me. But
I enjoy
the contacts, the contacts must be made. The bargains must be struck. But
George, let me know before the actual proper feast begins, because I have a few things I want to do before then.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Yeah, but as I had mentioned earlier, now that I'm close up, it is very apparent that I did not partake in the dream at all. Perhaps the previous night, I have the deep bags under my eyes, the tiredness, the look of weariness that even I'm not able to conceal. But I nod my head appreciatingly and. Make my way into the crowd to um, find some people to talk to. I wish to know now that Argon has returned, what word there is. Since I was not present at his return. What word, what things are happening around town. What sort of big news has happened while I was away, perhaps with the Ferrum, perhaps. Yeah, I'll definitely stay away from any fraying in the room, but I'll speak with others to find out the
How
local
many,
They
gossip.
stay
how
away
many
from you
Crane do
too.
we have here?
Uh,
That's
maybe
a great
two.
question.
Maybe two. Yeah, two. About they
You
are.
said two Fraying?
Yeah, two freeing out of about 120 guests.
That's good to know. Good to know. So I take it everyone here is of some degree of status?
Well, everyone is at least to some degree interesting to Argonaut.
Yeah, yeah.
Not all of them are wealthy, of course, and not all of them are important.
Yeah, well,
Other-
I mean, 120
others,
people
the ogre
probably
just
not that many
likes
wealthy here.
he finds them funny.
For sure, yeah. That's a great reason itself.
While you try and pick up on recent events in the community, you quickly hear that the Great Ogre made a big entry this day. He came ashore with with like 5 chests filled with plunder and 5 dozen slaves that he carried through and showed off to the entire town before he presented them in the hall. And you do hear from some of the Ferrum of a heroic deed of the night that something happened to Yoloth, the favorite grandson of Erisud the Elder. And he almost died, would have not have been to the heroism of Tholangos, who took care of the matter and returned with a healed, or at least with a healed up Yoloth, who will make it. He was at the brink of death, but lo behold, he will recover. And his name, people speak of his name with some respect now. Not all, but some do. Also, the name of the. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I inquire as to the nature of his injury, how this happened. I sort of almost worried internally. Oh goodness, did one of mine get out of? Did one of mine do something? Oh Jesus.
You hear all sorts of stories. And some he was wrestling in the tavern with someone and he got injured. In another story, you hear that that he was ambushed by bandits on the road. A lot of people say, the blasted, filthy, disgusting Dukasid in the woods fell upon this honored member of the community and picked him with arrows, but his blood is strong iron in his veins.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I take these rumors for what they are, just a very preliminary investigation. Perhaps I could speak to Thalangos again. Though I somewhat am reluctant to, I would like to know what had really occurred. Perhaps there is a way to make profit out of this. Desperately, especially if the Dukasid are involved, perhaps there is a job to be done, people to be put down. But, yeah, I look for Thalangos, seeing if he is somewhere around. But yeah, that's what I do.
And I certainly am in attendance at the feast there. you can probably make me out very clearly.
Hmm.
By all
Sort
the
of-
girls wanting to have something of him. You can actually see when you, Thalangos, when you enter and you mingle with the crowd, people come to you, Farum come to you and they thank you. You know, they have heard what happened and they want to shake your hand. Say, you know, that was quick thinking. It was a good deed you did. And the Belram, the granddaughter of Erisud, that was so kindly inviting you into your home, is actually there too. And she approaches you and she tells you that Yoloth is improving. He's awake. He was not well enough to make it today. But he's already eating again. He's drinking soup. And as soon as he can, he will thank you in person.
Very glad to hear this, dear. And please let him know that all of our thoughts are with him here at the feast when you do see him again.
No, I know he would have loved to be here and thank you in person, but thanks. He knows he owes you his life. And we won't forget it. I won't forget it.
But again, let's not forget, and I point over to Mahato, it's Mahato who did most of the work.
Oh,
I just hear my name.
yes, that is true.
And Mahato, when you do peer over, I raise a drink towards you, and a big old happy smile, little flush in the face. Been drinking.
You can see this young, rather attractive Farum girl. You know, she bows her head before Mahato in your direction with a smile on her face. And even though people don't approach you because you're scary, you do see Farum giving you a nod here and there, and some lowering their heads when you walk by.
I just look at them. Their approval doesn't really impact my self-esteem, just more, well, of course I did it, so. Because I'm good like that.
And as Barum, she puts her hand on your chest and she's about to say something, but she stops and she looks over your shoulder. I think someone wants to speak with you. I'll leave you to it. She gives you a nod. She walks past you, and she walks past Laris, the rather young, attractive Farum woman. She gives you a nod, out of respect.
I nod back. Not no one of significance, no one to really speak to. No one important. Just a nod, an acknowledgement. Slinking up through the crowd, though, with a nice big smile upon his face, he says, so, it is good to see you again. I feel like we may have gotten off on the wrong foot, but it is so good to see you. I hear of your heroic deeds to save a fellow Farum's life. One of the elders' children or grandchildren. It is hard to tell, but
It was his favorite grandson, Yoloth.
it is tragic to hear one of our number being so brutally injured. What exactly? How did this occur? What was it? One of these? And I sort of I glare over in the direction of the two Frayne. Was it one of filthy Fae?
And I kind of look around and urge you to come a little bit closer and for us to walk a little bit of ways and kind of talk to you a little bit more softly so that maybe not everyone could hear us. I'm actually very glad to see you here. Yes, Fae were involved, but not the Fraynes, not this time. It was Dukasitz to the north.
Sort of shake my head. Dukasitz. All these Fae, you can't trust them.
No, with the exception of ogres, absolutely. Now,
I sort of smile and I say, yes. Yes.
There is a bit more to the story, though, of something of interest. You see, uh, you have your own, I feel, warped sense of honor, uh, stealing from those within our community. But I feel that I cannot question your honesty. You opened right up and you were fully honest with your actions, which is why I feel comfortable telling you that Yoloth was attacked when he found something. He found a quarry up north, defended by the Dukasits.
I see. Interesting.
Now,
Well,
I understand you're have been making your living so far by taking from others and the shadows and all. I wonder, if we, you, me, and the rest of our community can take these quarries, there would be a much profit to be made there, an honest profit to be made there.
sort of smile. Yes, an honest profit. Well, I kind of give you a look, maybe one you can't read, but I say, you said that I dishonor my clan, the Nagalu, but there's something perhaps you don't understand. I I may not follow the ways of mighty Tahul, but I respect him. I respect it. I respect the underworld. I respect those things of spirit. And I, with all of my clan, we keep our promises in the way that Tahul has taught us, Farum, to be honorable, as you say, to always keep your promises, never forget, never forgive those who have wronged you. But yes, these Fae. Yes, I think there's something. I've been thinking upon it as of recently. These Dukasits are causing not only a problem for our community, but of course for great Argonon, for our fair city here. You say that there are Dukasit who are mining this stone. How many? How many were reported?
Yoloth could only tell me so much before I had to give him medical care, but he told me he saw maybe 40 or fewer Dukasits.
40. Any children?
I would know. I didn't get that far in the conversation before I had to rush him off to Mahata.
Sort of like, yes, a plan is forming in my mind.
But this city was founded on the graves of Dukasits. I don't think it would be much trouble, us Farum in our numbers, to root them out.
But 40 is a mighty number. But an idea.
We have greater numbers, and I already know that we have greater weapons. The arrow that struck Yoloth was a work of an amateur. It was embarrassing almost that such a precise strike was made. Which, of course, you can only attribute to the Dukasit's luck.
Yes. Their foul, disgusting luck. They seem to cultivate it. But, yes, an idea does come to mind. Perhaps these... I would like to speak to this Yolith. Inquire as to the nature of... Was there a village there? Did he see children? Did he see women, weak ones, old ones? This is important. This is because if not, if they are separated from their village, I think there is an opportunity here, an opportunity to lose very few of our number and gain much.
Oh,
I will speak more of this to you later, of course, of course. But
very, very good. I am glad to see that you're able to think of questions which I could not on the spot. But I hope I can trust in your discretion for now in this matter. Not very few are aware that there are valuable quarries up north.
you sort of
And
smile.
as of now, Yoloth is the only one who knows where exactly they are.
Yes, yes, of course.
I
You
tell you this
have,
with good faith. I do believe that I can trust in your honesty.
yes, yes, of course you can. I will not speak of this to uh, anyone, anyone that you do not wish me to speak it to. But yes, excellent. It was great talking with you, and I hope to have much more conversation here. The feast will go on. I'm sure there are many topics of discussion, of mutual interest that we can speak of. But it looks like things are beginning soon. I will take my seat as one of the guests of honor up front, of course.
Of course.
Yep, and I turn and this is yes, many schemes, many things are going through my mind. These Ducasit, they will pay for this, for all these Fae, these untrustworthy Fae have done to my people. I will get back at them, and more importantly, make a profit off of this. My hope in my mind is that their weak ones, their old ones, their children, their mothers are back at the village, undefended, while their menfolk are working in this quarry. A distraction and a chance to make profit, I can see. But I make my way to the table, and getting ready to eat well. Without having to pay a single coin for. Most enjoyable.
And as I see Laris walk off, I feel really good about this conversation. I'm already looking forward to helping to redeem Laris, in the eyes of the Ferrum community, and I'm looking forward to him being able to make a more honest living. Thanks to me. That way, me, him, and the rest of the firm can all thrive, all together, all honestly.
And indeed, as you finish your conversation, the emotion, the people get into motion. This mass of people sort of slowly makes its way to their seats, and this intricate, very complex game is starting to be played. Who sits where? The closer you are to the great ogre, of course, the greater your name is, and the more respect you can demand. And the farther away, the less important you are. It's not an easy game to see through. It's hard to master for sure. But a certain pattern does evolve. Ogres are predominantly sitting closer to Argrun, and certain other members of the community. This incredible, beautiful siren that catches the eye of all that gaze upon her, that was there at the shores, covered in a red cloak, with these almost hewn into marble features, these dead, cold eyes. She sits very close. She demands great respect. No one tries to take her place, that's for sure. Others, there's Cosmo. You see Cosmo, the tavern keeper, the one who has his ears on the ground, who knows what is talked around town, who gathers those secrets that people tell him while drinking, and keeps them safe until someone with coin comes along, or another valuable secret. You see Garen, the traveling fool, they call him, a satyr, a follower of Bacchus. He, with his entourage that he brings, with the songs and the stories and the great parties he throws, these orgies of excess, He is very well liked, and even Argrun cannot deny that the satyr has a certain charm to him. Erisud is missing, though. He's not in the hall, not sitting at the table. Slachta, the Typhon, does have a proper place quite close to the right-hand side of Argruna. His gaze wanders over every guest. He plays with the rings on his fingers, and you can see he's thinking very fast, and he's making connections and plans. You notices who sits where, who do they sit next to, and you can see he's working, ever tireless working.
I pretend like I'm jostling for a close seat, even though at the moment, at least, that's not really a big concern of mine. The money is more on the mind. So I look for, someone else with perhaps a coin or a coin purse or some sort of item easily snatched, easily sliced off, that's also trying to jostle for a close seat, and I, pretend to bump into him in the jostle, and some of his items may unfortunately go missing in such the jostle that happens for seating.
People that come here at this time, they want to show off what they have, and there are many with a filled purse or some nice golden rings or an amulet, pressed jewels.
Sure. So we'll say that we'll go with one of the ogres, perhaps an ogre craftsman, has a gold ring on his hand, and I'm sort of jostling with him to get a seat, and he gets all angry and tries to he's pushing me away, and at that moment I kind of I'm almost grasping onto his hands, trying to jostle for the seat, and I'll try to snatch the ring off of his finger without him noticing.
All right, give me your best try.
Sure.
As if your life depends on it.
Mm-hmm. Would you mind? All right, we have an 11. Would this count under the Forte cutting purses? Not a particular one that's for pickpocketing, but it's up to you, of course.
Yeah, but that's all right. We don't have to count being so red.
Okay, so that's going to be 17 then, with Forte.
All right. As you as you try and get this big golden ring off his finger, you sort of vie for your position there. All of a sudden, he grips your hand very tightly. He pushes you away. He looks at you. He looks very angry. You sit there, and he's pounced down the hallway. His ring still on his hand. There.
So I give him a grimace, a smile, and say, yes, of course.
And as you walk by, he keeps looking down at you, and you have to make. You lost a good number of seats. Here, going further to the other end of the great table.
Fair enough. Just means I can speak with, some of the members who are perhaps not as wealthy and are interested in some alternative business. Perhaps. We shall see.
Of course, I just walked in there and I sat. If there was already someone sitting close to Karel, if there's an empty seat, I just sat on that side on the table, just right up close. Just very casually, yep, I belong here. This is This is,
What does Karael say to this? Does he want the orc close by his side?
Yes, I'm actually fine with him being near me. I think that he is, in my mind, he might actually be the most useful person to my future plans in the entire of the city. So I'm quite happy to have him there, and I'll look towards him and nod my head, smiling. I want others to see that, so that perhaps to help deflect any sort of challenges he may otherwise accrue
Oh.
from the showing of my approval.
just take a seat.
It is also at this point that a slave comes to you, Karael, and he whispers in your ear that the great ogre has awakened and probably bless the hall with his presence. And you may announce
All right.
him.
I'm to herald him. Okay. I stand, and I will have one of the slaves, an attractive female, go towards the front of the hall, the door from which everyone had come in, and take a large copper gong and strike it 3 times, and I motion back towards the direction he's coming in. All stand now for his grace, which is of course a terminology for a king. Agrun the mighty.
The hall stands. People stand. Some are faster than others to rise, but no one dares to sit while the great ogre approaches.
My eyes will definitely fall upon whichever one of the people that stands last. Like, how dare you? I will mark that.
You can definitely. There are a couple who have a hard time standing up. You see, Atlana, the siren. She takes her sweet time. And she knows She looks up and she sees that she's being watched. She chooses the time she rises.
Excellent.
But as you all stand and it gets silent in the hall as they all await the great ogre, and out of the shadow from the back of the great hall, this bulking mass of muscle and power emerges from the shadows, peeling out of the depth of the darkness, exposing his mighty chest with the giant scars of battle and war that he wears proudly like badges of honor upon his skin. And he comes into the hall and he spreads his arms wide as if to embrace each and every one. And one of the ogres, Svolt, the man who sits to his right, his lieutenant, the one who he trusts in battle, shouts, "Hail Bjargrun!" And all the ogres chant, "Hail Bjargrun!"
Hail Agrun.
And he comes forward, and he stands in front of his mighty throne, and he sits. And after he sits, everyone else sits down as well. And he looks down, takes his time, looks at everyone. My friends, my vassals, he looks at others. I see, and the Great One were very generous. I have returned from mighty and faraway lands and shores and brought you great gifts. Behold our plunder. And he motions to the 5 chests where he has displayed all the gold and the silver and rubies and precious stones and weapons of steel and a suit of armor with very intricate weavings of runes carved in it, and it's beautiful to behold. And slaves that I brought. And he motions to the other side of the hall where you still have this line of slaves chained to each other, about 50 of them, just covering almost the entirety of this one wall. Such gifts I, Agrun, has brought to this place. I hope all of you will share your profits that I allow you to make here. Share with this place. So we all prosper. This town prospers. That it might raise to the sky and please Opiate. For he has brought victory upon me. It was foreseen in the dreams that I shall return, that I will be great, that this place will be great, and by extension you will share in this glory. So Opiate, you is deserving of an offering. And you looks over to Karael.
I stand, and that is the signal for the slaves. They strike the large copper gong 7 times in succession, filling the hall with the sounds it makes. I open the bag at my side and reach down and pull out a large black falconer's glove. I reach into the bag and pull something out, and with it a huge splash of strange, lingering gloamers of white colors that begin to fill and permeate the hall, and a slight sound of metal on metal, and all of a sudden 5 snow-white owls flap their wings and leap from the bag. The servant opens the front door, and they fly large and thick with their large eyes, looking down, gleaming, looking into the eyes, into the souls, judging all those who are assembled as they fly majestically through the hall, filling it with wonder as they vanish into the night. And then the door shuts, and out from the back come 7 small copper cauldrons, each one boiling with mist and vapor. The smell of burning herbs and funguses fill the room now that the door is secured, and they're brought 1 towards the very front before the doorway, and 3 along the sides from the front to the back, filling the room with their essence, with their scent, as the herbal concoction rises in its vapor form into the dreams itself. The room becomes lit with ephemeral white and blue stars that dance and swirl in the middle of the table, and the candle light upon the table dances blue and purple, vividly changing in strange formations and appearing like the star of Opiate. And the place is filled with a low sung music, as if music of the stars, music from some far, far off place, and the sound of silver bells accompanies that faint, fluid music. And then at the end, punctuated by an ancient, distant, moaning sound, as if something slithers behind the canvas of this world from another dimension and greets it with an offering of stirring. And I go, Opiate is with us. Feel the dream live, stimulating the offering, the sacrifice, the manufacture of the burning steam, the owl's wing, and here we are, real as real can be, yet dwellers of the ephemeral, as if our flesh was feathers of another world. We give offering, sacrifice, and praise to you, Opiate, for the great grandeur you have brought upon us, for the glory you have allowed Agrun, and the return that you have brought on same swift wings of gossamer, of dripping, of honey, of strange fathom voyages and voids that he has come through, and transpiring and inspiring inside each heart love, wisdom, and kindness, and hatred for those who dare stand opposed to his direct purpose, your will and whim, and his vim and vigor combined in passion and fury and formation of bricks of stone built with mind of dream. And we praise you, our king, and we all come together in homage under one true divine hand. For the true reality is that which waits behind tired eyes, and you there show us succor and kindness in a world that is not our own. and there we tremble before you and worship with mighty awe upon nighttime vision, upon serenade of far-off shimmering image, upon your holy stars, 7 they number and gleam with kindness of blue and white and gray and spectral purple that dances anciently at the edge of conscious mind with vapors that vex. I'd precede us into that world, that void of your home in heaven. There we wish to come and march in sainthood. And there we know you shall anoint our grand king for his glory and kindness, for his strength and opposition, for his dedication, and your name, true leader. And at that point, several opium pipes are passed around. Please each take within you and imbibe a puff of the true miracle that is put upon this world, the gateway, the passage unto opiate's face and heart. Breathe in deeply, so that you may come closer still to him. And the silver bells jingle once more, and that groaning sound groans, and you see as if reality itself sort of moves, almost like a mirage, for just a moment. And I sit down.
These pipes of opium make their way through the ranks. They pass by many. A lot of people do take upon the offering to pay homage to Opiate, who clearly favors Argrun. Not all do, though. And the pipe comes to Laris. Someone hands it to him. A satyr with a milky eyes and a grin on his face. He hands it over.
Just so I can gauge. Sorry, one question.
Yeah.
Ander.
Yeah.
Just so I can gauge my character's reaction to your speech. What is your character's presence? If that's
11.
okay.
I have 11 presence and a diplomacy of 4.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I'm definitely impressed. Even like afterwards, kind of like clapping at the inspiring, certainly inspiring speech. And
You should also note I have Forte Fey for our Flame Tender. Not that it would affect the players.
So yeah, I will partake in a small. I don't wish to sleep, but his words are very inspiring. I'll partake in a small puff of the opium pipe and pass it along.
I also have a level of attraction as well. So.
Certainly, the sacrifice and the speech to the great Opiate, almost no one could resist the charisma that emulated from the Blue Ogre. Not a lot of people clapped, but they all were drawn. Like, a lot of them just had their mouth open and stared up and stared at the wondrous things that happened, this dream they can't wake up from. And as the pipe passes, it comes to Thalagar. Thalangos, I'm sorry. Old habits die hard. Another satyr, Garen, the traveling fool, takes the pipe and inhales it, and it just evaporates out of his nose like the breath of a dragon. As he hands it to you with this voice that is almost like he's reciting a poem. Sheer excitement awaits you, my friend. Do not restrain yourself.
And anybody who is watching Dalangos watch this speech would see he was in awe just like anyone else, but there was more fear to his awe. And he looks at this satyr very seriously and says, "No, I know of another divinity who is associated with sevens."
You do not
Pick up my wine and drink that instead.
He shakes his head. Rigid. That iron that pulses through your veins that clouds your judgment. Very well then. And he just passes over you, sort of like almost getting some of his his hairy arms almost in your food. Just passes it over. Until eventually,
I take a serious look over at I give a serious look at the rest of the Farum who are near me to discourage them from partaking as well.
They
Do I know this?
My presence is shit though, so they're probably more. Moved
Do I
by-
know this haterage?
You would definitely. I mean,
I'm paying very
you
close attention as I
you
can
would pay attention to
what I
that, and
see.
you would definitely see that the Farum pay a lot of attention to what Thalangos does. And
Yeah,
when
and and I've also you've been with Argon for at least as long as I have. You've had run-ins with me. You've seen distrustful looks. I've never been ambiguous about my disdain for opiate.
I will cast a firm and disapproving eye towards you.
And the Farum will, after he rejected the pipe, they will not touch that thing. And they will
I will
pass-
mark each one of them, whether I know their names or not. Future analysis.
Certainly, Cosmo, the human, the tavern keeper, he does not retrain himself. He takes a deep breath, inhales it, dwells in it, and eventually...
I do want to stipulate, though, that I know Farum are blasphemous fools, so while I'm displeased, the Farum get maybe a 30% pass, as I know that is they're just, worthless, blasphemous creatures, as opposed to, say, others, that might do so. I would look at it as more of a direct assault. Because if they're not going to worship anything, I mean, whatever. But if they're open and defiantly towards another, that's more of a situation.
More of a problem.
I'll note on top of that though that you are aware that I worship Algalma to some extent. So you know that I am open to the divine to some extent.
I can't say as I would take that as much of a challenge, so that probably helps you a little bit.
When the pipe reaches me, I take it, and I just nod like as a gesture of thank you, and then I look at Carreo and I gesture, and I hold the pipe with like two hands as if it was like like an artifact, like a religious artifact, and I like gesture it up towards you, and then I bring it back down to me, and I say, I have given my thanks to opiates in the past nights, and this, I believe, has aided me in my slumber, my time of slumber nearby the wood. I thank you for what you have, the words that you have given to me, and your insight into the dream. But here, may I give this to you now, as it should be properly anointed. I give it back to you.
I nod my head deeply. With the respect.
Now, the voice of the ogre echoes through the hall. We have paid our due to opiate. Now you will pay your due to me. And he leans back. You may step forward now.
I stand so that he doesn't have to sit this himself. Bring forward your offerings to all groom, as he has gifted you, so too shall you gift him. And I take my hands in a thunderclap.
I will attempt again. We're going with round 2 of sneaky deviousness, where I will shove my way, again, not really caring in reality how if I'm getting to the front. But I I have disappointed Cassador long enough. It is time to get something. So I will not take an offering, but shoving a Ferrum with a who has perhaps a small amount of coins on his belt. Quickly, the dagger comes out of wherever it is. It comes out in a flash. It's barely even seen, and the purse will be I will attempt to slice that purse off of him and take it for myself.
What purse? I'm sorry.
Oh, just
a random one.
For Ferrum who has a coin purse. Right.
Oh, I thought you got up like first to present your offering, because.
Well, yeah, and then I shove. Like I'm doing the whole.
Okay.
Shove.
So yes. So just so you don't get confused, this is not like everyone rushes towards and who gets to be first. Like no. Someone stands up, gets forward, sits down. Everyone sort of sees what he brings, because this is also about prestige. And then the next one. So you can't have a big mass where you can cut some purses.
Fair enough. I'll wait for my time later then.
All right. Does any one of you wanna get up first and try to be the first one to present a gift?
I'll try to be the first one to present.
Okay.
I would also be trying to be the first one.
All right.
So we both sort of awkwardly stand at the same time.
You all awkwardly stand up and what the fuck's going on? Many people get up, try to be the first one to present their gift. And I
look over the Carrail, like, oh yeah, well, guess who gave you that donation earlier?
The Great Oak sits and he sees those who stand up. And he looks at Mohato raised as well, right? And
Last to rise.
Yeah. He looks at the orc.
More afraid, just like not sure what to do.
You, Ferrum. And he points in the direction of Thalagos. And then he looks closer. Oh, my friend, come forward. Don't be shy. I almost didn't recognize you.
Smile comes on my face immediately, and I take out from beside me. There's a large leather pouch containing God knows what. And as I am going up to the head table over to Argrid, and I remember back to the past couple of days that I've been working on these weapons for him. And at the pile of steel where previous attempts have been discarded and are now waiting to be melted down again into other weapons. This is a thing of beauty that I'm very, very excited to pass on to Argrid. I approach the table and I offer him this leather pouch, this fairly large leather pouch containing them. And when he opens them, he sees a pair of cestus, large red iron battle gloves, and on the knuckles, in backwards print, on one fist is in Moolish, King, and in the other set of knuckles, Argrid. It's clear the way it's set up that he punches an enemy with the both of these, and it will spell out on the enemy, King Argrid.
He takes the pouch and he opens it and he holds up the gloves. And he holds them up so people can see them. He smiles. Ah, you knew me well, old friend. And he puts them on and they do fit. I will crush many skulls with these and remind them who they have to fear.
And I take a quick, another distrusting glance that Corell is used to, and look over to him briefly, and acknowledge that it is Corrail, when he first called you King Argeron, that gave me the idea to start working on these weapons for you.
Is it? Your offering is graciously accepted, my friend.
Thank you.
Your craftsmanship impresses me every time again you bring me beautiful and precious tribute.
I kind of go, and I look down at them, and I look back at the
And
insolent pharaoh that dares mispronounce my name.
The ogre smiles, and his great hand just crushes down on your shoulder and sort of gives you this bear pat on the shoulder. Now, be my guest. Feast and drink. Sing with us.
Merrily.
Like we used to. The hall is greater, but the songs stay the same. He has a servant put these on a separate table and display them in their beauty and the pride. And then he looks over the crowd. The next, and he points his mighty finger at Cosmo, the human of all people, who stand there. And Cosmo walks up. He bows deeply before the great ogre, says, "Greatest of all, my liege, I congratulate you to your victory that was foretold in the dreams. And what I bring you is the greatest gift of all, secret knowledge. But for it to remain secret," he turns around and he smiles. "Of course not all are privy to hear it." The ogre nods. "Whisper then, and I will listen." And the human bows forward, and you hear him whisper, or at least Corrail and those that are very, very close can hear that he whispers something into his ear. And they look at each other for a moment. "Your gift is accepted, Cosmo. Be my guest. Sit and feast and drink and enjoy the gifts I offer you." And Cosmo bows with a knowing smile on his face, having shared a secret, and takes his place. And like that, one by one, people bring their tribute to the great ogre, until it is the turn of Mahato, and the ogre looks impatiently to the orc. "Have you brought something to this hall?"
Stand up, and I gesture towards him and like slowly moving my hand towards everyone. "Enjoy the wine that my vineyards have given, that have been given to you, great ogre, through the sweat and work of my back. I give these gifts to you, so that times like these may be well, even under those eyes." And nod a bit.
I'll say to him, he has brought forward a large cask of his wine previously. It is being prepared for you for later in the evening.
"Your wine," and he tries to pronounce the name Mahato, "is the finest in all the lands I have traveled so far. Your skill is appreciated. Be welcome, be my guest. Feast, drink, enjoy, sing with us, so your voice may be heard."
I thank you for your offer. And then I just sit down. Almost a little awkwardly, sort of sit down like I haven't really done this type of thing a lot.
Others bring forward their gifts Many of them are precious tools or works of gold, other craftsmanship. Others just bring coin. Others offer their labor. Oh, what little they have to. Slachter himself offers the great ogre 25 slaves. 25. Out of his own stock, his own breeding, he will give to the ogre in honor of his great victory. And
So
finally...
As he does it, I look over to him and I look very impressed. I nod my head.
And Argonach himself is very pleased. Slachter, you bring the great gifts, the greatest gifts. You are a rich man, a wealthy man. I respect that. Opiate will be pleased. And I say 10 of the 25 slaves will work for his glory. To build
I
the
nod
temple.
my head. No gratitude shall be extended from Opiate.
Slachter, be my guest. Sit, drink, enjoy the music, enjoy the wine, enjoy the women.
And I smile at him, looking very, very pleased. I actually speak Thuban, and I say to him, and I send our grand thanks to you. I say in Thuban, Sincere Frasaka.
He smiles and he bows his head.
I bow my head to him as well.
But he doesn't repeat it. He just say everything that is in my power. And he slithers back to his seat.
Have all the gifts been given?
A few still stand out. And it is the
I allow all
turn.
that to resolve before I do.
Yeah, it is the turn of Laris. Finally, he's by far not the last. To make his offering, just to make that clear.
Sure.
The great ogre looks as you approach. I have heard stories about you, Farum.
You've heard, of course, of the great gifts that I brought to you and to Karel while you were gone upon your expedition, your great expedition upon the sea. Yes?
Mm. I looked down at you like, oh, you overstepped. Like, I'm definitely trying to turn the intimidation on as he's talking about all this shit. Like, and I got to take a half step forward to, like, using my intimidation. Like,
I have received your offerings.
Yes, but I bring something new to you, great Argonon. I
have sailed every sea and seen every shore. If you bring something new, I will be very interested to see. Please.
Something new. It is something new, great Argonon. For I had heard that you paid homage to Nisnach-Thage, but I was mistaken, and I do so grievously apologize to you. But I have made up for this mistake. Last night I spent much time crafting this in my great jewelry workshop. And this is to make up for that mistake. Something great, something to praise the one you truly should worship. And I bring this great, large, like, it's so big that I have to kind of like hold my arms out really wide. It's this large necklace, this silver necklace, and the emblem that's at the very bottom is that star of Opiate. That's silver, and it's all wrought of silver. I spent as much time and effort on this as I could to make up for the mistake that I had made. But it is for you, for Opiate, the one who has granted you so much power and wealth here.
As you present this gigantic necklace with the star of Opiate, Argonach looks impressed. He reaches out with his mighty hand and he takes it rather easily from you, and he holds it up for all to behold. This monstrous, beautiful offering to Opiate and to the great ogre, and he nods his head. This is fine work. It is very impressive. I have misjudged you, Laris.
I
I
bow my head.
thought you were a petty thief. Now I see you're a very successful one.
I smile at that. It's pretty much well, now the cat is definitely out of the bag, but I suspected it would. Yes. Well, the profits that I gain will soon flow also into your hand, great Argonon. We will discuss this more later, of course. Enjoy the feast. And I sort of look over significantly over at Karael, like you're welcome. But I make my way, bowing my head
I
low.
definitely don't put that gesture over at all. I completely no sell that. And
Mhm.
but I do, however, put the gift over. I look at it like, fine craftsmanship, grace.
It might find a place in the great temple of Opiate. At one point. Feast at my hall, Raris. Be my guest. Drink, eat, laugh, dance, sing. Your offer has been accepted.
I again bowing low and making my way back to my chair, far at the end of the table.
As you go by, he gives you an additional nod, an appreciation, and lets you go back to your place. And the last people, they bring their gifts. None of them can really compare to such a giant necklace, or to such wonderful gloves. And when all the presents, all the gifts have been offered, and they're all displayed for all to behold, the tribute that Argrun can exact from people, and what they're willing to pay for him, and he makes sure you all take a good look at it. He stands up again. Friends, my guests you are, and I am not a bad host. Now feast and drink, laugh and dance. Yes? Oh.
I actually interrupt him as he's like.
Oh, he does that, and he sees you interrupting.
Yeah, and I want to interrupt. I want to kind of catch him, like, what?
He looks at you. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah, I go, Your Majesty, there is yet still one meager gift yet to be given. For as you ask, there was one dream still I had that I had not unveiled and parted to you. I dreamed that you will have 7 great ventures, and upon each an anointment. And now I have dreamed on past nights, for many nights, that there must be a reckoning for what is known now on many lips, yet not solidified, that is ephemeral, made manifest. And I make a motion like that, and I got that big fucking hooded cloak on. I just throw it like that, and with a flourish, and the servants by the door open the door, and out from the door flies 2 of the huge white owls, and they carry a crown of silver, and inside it there's like these huge holes that are missing gemstones, like a huge one in the front, and then 3 going down each side that are missing, for a total of 7. And they fly the crown up, and I have my hand on my hand the falconer's glove still as they land there, and I take the crown from them, and I hold the crown up, showing the holes to each of them.
And you hear a giant gasp going through the crowd, like, what the fuck?
Upon each journey, there shall be a remembrance, a stone of truth, to show your worth, and shall such stone be set upon crown of silver. And I look to them, and it has been known of this city to come, of Chateau, of future, You shall be king, lest there be someone in this hall who dissents. Stand forward now and identify yourself if you will not support kingship rightfully done. And I gesture flourishingly towards the fucking the 5 boxes of treasure, and to punctuate my point, I use my illusionary ability to just make all the treasure just shimmer and look amazing, as so does the crown.
And he looks into the masses, just waiting for someone to step forward and be severed in two.
And I stand and I look at them and I just wait and just look and wait.
No one
dares. While the crowd is deadly quiet, I yell, "Let him be crowned in Tahul's blood!"
And I stand behind, and I stop and I look back at the crowd and I wait, and then I put my other hand there, and so I'm standing like very carefully, kind of behind his throne. You know, and then I take it and I just like roughly put it onto his hand, like, as opposed to like the gentle sort of, real world coronation, just take that, like, thank you.
And as the crown comes down, you see some of the faces. Most of the ogres, they're absolutely happy. They wanted this for a long time. Most of the Farum don't seem so happy, and you can catch the glare of that siren. It is dead as ever, but you see somewhat of, like, there's a hint of fear in her eyes, and she does not look happy whatsoever.
And I'm going to punctuate.
She tightens her red cloak around her shoulders and looks up.
While I look at her, I will say, "King of the caverns, king of the city, king of the pastures, and king of the cresting waves." And I look right at the siren. "Agrun, raise your glass now!" And I put the full force of intimidation I have down as I stand behind him for a clear bonus to intimidation.
Oh, the people do get up their glass, and you can hear the ogres shout, hailing to their new king. Others maybe not so loud, but no one dares to defy that will. And
they look out at the people, knowing I have easily outdone all of them, and I have become the kingmaker.
And they take their glass, and he sits, and with a newfound dignity looks upon his new subjects.
And I make sure, as soon as he starts sitting down, I make sure to very quickly get myself back in my chair, which is slightly below and before his, so I can still be caught in his eye to continually reinforce my ploy.
And he looks over the crowd, and he looks very pleased with himself. And he looks over to you, and he gives you a nod.
And I have this huge smile on my face. Not necessarily for the right reason.
He touches the crown, and you can just see it in his face, the thoughts of a dynasty, of this long-lasting kingdom of glory, and the 7 jewels that have to be acquired, and all the voyages, and the name he will make, the mark he will leave in history, maybe even greater than King Manticore at one time.
Absolutely. I look at him and I say, a man crowned not by a man, but by the dream itself.
Great flesh. And you can hear the ogres just pounding their fists on the table. And in the background, the music that's been played very, very, very silently, subtle, to not disturb anyone. It swells up and it rises and it becomes almost this march as the musicians pick up on the mood and try to hammer the point home. And it's this moment that everyone who glares over to the siren can see that there's a smile on her face. Just a smirk. As the great king touches his crown with the awe and the dreams of future glory. And all of a sudden she doesn't seem to be too unhappy. The feast continues for as long as people can stand. They drink, they eat, they dance, They laugh and they sing the songs, and you have this famous satyr that sometimes dwells on the roads and plays for the amusement of travelers, the Red Piper. And he plays these wonderful songs that he picked up on the travels from every part of Quebec on very strange and alien tunes that usually are not heard in these places. And people, for once, enjoy themselves. Life here is tough. This is a place that breeds hard people, for everything has to be earned. But the ogre, for this night at least, was generous. There's plentiful wine and food, and no one has to go hungry or sober for that matter. Yes, and the feast continues. The people talk, they chat, gossip exchanges, the word on everyone's lip is king, king, king. We have a king now. And what will happen? And especially the Farum around you, Tholagos, they're anxious. They don't know what's going on. They turn to you. It's like, what do we do now? What does it mean? What will happen?
Oh, we've always been as good as under his leadership. Argron, you understand, is very, very respectable, very honorable.
But he's a king now. Will he not tax us? Will he not take what little we already have to build this stupendous temple of his? To that sleeping god? Oh, not god, to the sleeping spirit?
Yes, the Elder Creator is the most worrying part, but all I can hope is to continue to remind him of his Tehulian heritage.
He doesn't seem to remember.
Well, I see a crown made of silver on his head.
Mm-hmm. That is indeed true. And as this mingles, there's a voice. Might have overheard what you said. Something slithers up. Says, yes, I see a crown of silver. But what interests us most, and as you turn, you see this typhon that sort of almost sneak up on you, and it's now standing aloof next to you. But have we seen the man who put the crown on his head? Would he be king
Yes.
without him?
Perhaps not a name at this point, but you must admit Argron has been as good as a king since the founding of Argonog.
Maybe, my friends. But I have found that titles and such things do make a difference. A man who thought he was just the strongest warrior now sees himself, and he points over to Argonog, who just sits there and holds his crown in his hand and puts his back on his head, thinks himself a king. It's a corrupting force.
I'm going to make my way actually over to the Typhon, because that was actually the one I was going to speak to. So almost interrupting the conversation, I say, I was just thinking. I think this would be a good time for you to those names. Now, while we're all around here, of course you understand, yes?
He looks at you. Names. Names? What names, my friend?
Just one. Sort of smile at him.
Patience. Patience. We have other concerns at the moment. Are you not afraid? And he looks at you of a tyrant, aren't you?
Sort of give him a very neutral look. Somewhat, I suppose. But every place must have its beginning.
It's beginning.
I do not worry myself about the larger politics at this moment. That will come later. You understand.
I'm not sure I understand. What is this you're talking about, Laris?
I sort of look over at him like, oh, he was kind of the afterthought. Ah, well, how's it going? Yes, well, what I mean is, this King Argonon, he's, at least at the moment, he's, not a threat as I see it to me at the moment. I'm more concerned in more material concerns. Business has been. I sort of look over at, well, sort of significantly at you. Business as of late has been quite difficult due to complicated circumstances. And, well, you know, nothing can be done politically without money, as you can very clearly see. And I sort of point significantly over at the large heaping, chests of jewels and gold, and you can see that nothing can be gained in a political arena without money, as you can see.
No one could deny that. No.
How can you expect the Farum community to really truly gain anything in this larger city, to even compare to that large ogre, when there are so few coins to go around amongst you?
Oh, I give you a knowing look and say, oh, I've already discussed one such way we can improve our lot.
Of course. It was, I sort of look over at the Typhon, like, sort of like giving him a look like, you know, you're dismissed. Thank you very much for your time. We will speak more about those names, but of course, feel free to stop by the shop at any time, and I am more than willing to speak to a great friend such as you.
He nods, and as he nods and he looks back, there are daggers in his eyes. And he turns over to Thal and goes, "Well, farewell. Just think about what I told you. There is, I think we have come an interested point. But now enjoy the feast, and enjoy the presence of your new king."
Very well. We will talk about this troubling blue ogre some other time.
And he slowly slithers away, disappearing like that in the crowd.
I look over to Thal and I say, you watch him. If you think I am dangerous, he has been here much longer than I. He has his roots dug deep into this community. And if you have seen their kind before, you would watch them.
I thank you for your advice, but he does express concerns that I've already had myself. But I understand. I will take anything he says with a large grain of salt.
He is. I sort of like very quietly I say, he is Typhon. He does not care about our community. He does not care about the Farum.
It seems so few do.
Well, it's, I'm, of course, concerned about our people. I wish us to see our people rise again in glory from the ashes of our fallen kingdom.
As do I, as does Ersuit's, but even our own. Just sometime last night, I saw a Farum who was more interested in finding more drink than avenging debearding. It was
sort of
clear he'd
like-
been attacked, but he was not interested in addressing that issue.
This is sort of ringing bells in my mind to me. I'm like thinking, okay, how many Farum are there in our community? And how many? Because he seems to be speaking of it as if he was a part. Did you know this one?
Not at all. I saw him briefly as I was after I had taken care of Yuloth.
I see. Not one of the greater community, I assume.
No, I seen him around before, but no, I still didn't catch his name.
I see. Yes, you'll have to point him out to me if you see him later. He could be useful.
Useful is trying to. You want to make use of our own.
It is you have to direct such people's attention. Ones that lust for drink, as you may say, they can be of use, of course. They are not
But
completely.
for the greater Farum good, is how you mean.
Sort of like, yes, it can be, yes.
Okay, that's understandable.
Yes.
In that case, then I will gladly point him out to you if I do see him again.
I appreciate it. Ah, Mahato, welcome. Sort of look over, seeing the orc approaching. It is good to see you again. Thank you for your gift of this drink. It is soothing upon the spirit. I do enjoy it.
And I look down at Thalanos and I look at you and I say, I would like to speak with you privately when you have time, of course. Enjoy your community, your people.
Sort of.
And yeah, who are you addressing there?
To Laris.
Laris, okay.
But I look down at you like, oh, hello, how you doing? And then I look at Laris.
I had heard that you two are acquainted as well. There was an incident, a most unfortunate incident. But Mahato, you will of course keep this quiet. This is a very sensitive issue in our community. This brazen attack upon one of our members. You will keep it. You will keep it amongst us friends. Yes.
That's not my response. Just look down.
Yes.
Oh,
Another
wow.
time, then I will speak with you. And I put my long sort of ape-like hand on your shoulder, Laris, and like I kind of like almost reassuringly on your shoulder. Then I gesture slightly with my finger, at your eyes, and then another time that you come to me when you wish to speak.
Soon, I promise. Soon. Thank you.
Oh, Mahato, one more thing. When we talked last night, I was going to send you one to learn the ways of healing. When can I send one over to you?
Tomorrow when the sun is high. That is best when you send them over. When you send them over, tell them to not bring anything except for the necessities, clothing. I say as I start like turning away.
It will be done.
It will. As I sort of hunched back, make my way over. I'm noticeably agitated by all the sound and all the laughter and the babbling tongues of all sorts of people. The amount of people, I'll bump into people now and then. I look around. Always very wary of, well, things that would be dangerous to me.
Oh, there are always things that are dangerous.
Oh, yes. But I think we're going to turn over to Andrew there.
Right. You will find the siren Atlana surrounded by others of her kind. They haven't really mingled. They are separated from the rest. They keep to each other, and you see them whispering, you see them talking, you can hear them. And as they hear you approach, they go silent.
I do not speak Fatasian, so I will walk up to them, speak Woolish. I will use my my presence and my diplomacy. Greetings.
The beautiful one, Atlana, this perfect specimen of her kind, she turns around and she nods to you and she answers in Moolish. Actually, really well-spoken Moolish. Karael, my greetings. And she nods her head.
What was the coloration of her plumage, you said?
Let me check for a moment.
Didn't catch that when you described her.
Okay. So she's rather tall. With her skin is of this very light tone of blue with bright and dark purple feathers that run down her head and her spine. Not too similar, some would say, to your own appearance.
Interesting. So I look down at her. What is she? I mean, you said it perfect. I mean, am I talking like 3 grades of attractive? Is that what you're putting over?
Yep.
Okay.
That's
So I look
exactly
down
what
at
we're
her.
talking about.
I do have a grade of attractive, of course, so our level, just as a note. And I look at her and say, it is more pleasure to have you and your retinue here with us on this eve of celebration. I am Karael, Marigold Drimya Higvason. I wished to not be impudent, but thought the boldness of self-introduction the best policy so that I might be able to pass words in the air with you and your advisors.
Oh.
I hope you do not find that ill-mannered. And bow my head respectfully.
Not at all, she says. A tone. There are rumors going around that Atlana has a beautiful singing voice that sometimes can be heard in the Siren District, coming from below, from her house. And you can definitely hear it when she speaks. There's a softness in her voice that is just pleasing to the ear.
I allow the pleasure and the hearing of her voice to be present on my face.
And as she speaks, softly, calmly, without much emotion at this point in her voice, no, not at all. You don't interrupt. You always welcome. I present my thanks for your politeness, Karael. I am Atlana, the Siren. Some consider me a spokesperson to my people. Tell, how can I be of assistance?
I simply wished to find introduction to you and to yours, to assure you that there is ease with which you will find opportunity and welcome within this community, and to assure you, should you find issue, that I have very responsive ears to your voice, beautiful as it is.
She sees you up, and now that you're closer, you can see her eyes really mark her out. She has brightly yellow eyes that almost bite with her violet, bluish skin tone and her feathers. And they look you up and down for a moment. And she looks over to the other siren that's standing around her, and strangely,
I look at them and smile pleasantly.
they are all men. The other siren she has with her. They are all men. They say nothing. They are silent. They just look up and they nod. They bow their heads.
I return them bow politely.
I thank you for your concerns and for your appreciation of my people. We don't always have the easiest time to assimilate. And I'm very grateful that the great ogre, King Agrun, she says, respects our privacy. And I hope you will too.
Of course. We wish in no way to impinge upon you, merely to welcome you to this table, and to tables to come in the future.
Yes, he has been very generous to invite us to such a feast. It is marvelous. I don't think this town has ever seen something like it. A night to be remembered for sure,
Indeed.
especially now that we have an overlord.
And, of course, our appreciation for your open acknowledgement of Argum's elevation and position, stature, and status. So, myself, I am typically at the currently, shall I say, in open honesty, constructed temple of opiates. Well, I know your folk have other religious interests. Please feel free to visit at any time should you wish to merely have a look about or a sweet dream.
You give offerings to opiate. We too have dreams. We
Yes.
will pay homage to the elder creator. It is his, for sure.
Yes. This is very nice.
And she bows her head a bit, and while her face has been just stone and marble while she spoke, there's a slight smile on her face now. May the ogre, Agrun, first of his name, reign long, and may his line continue and prove strong. For such are the marks of kings.
Indeed. Indeed.
Tell me though, I have
Hmm.
a question, if I may take some of your
Please.
time.
Please.
This temple you are building,
Hmm.
I can see from its structure, I've been told it is quite ambitious.
Well, we only attempt to make something of beauty, to present what minuscule aspect here in this pedestrian realm, what we may of the true face, the artistry and beauty of opiates into this world. It is merely a humble undertaking by a humble servitor. Hopefully it shall be beautiful once fully erected.
I am sure the king will see to it, now that he has the power over each and every one in this hall, and within these walls he will make sure such a temple is constructed.
Indeed he has. A true and ardent worshipper and holy man of opiate is our king. Surely one day to ascend to sainthood amongst the painted stars of that eldritch oblivion.
If the spirit wishes it. She takes she actually takes a goblet of the fine orcish wine, sips from it, leaving just the tiniest of a red trail on her lips. I have to say, very impressive. Your sacrifice to opiate, the crown, was worthy of a coronation.
My gratitude.
If I had known, of course, that such an event would take place, I would have brought a proper gift.
Well, such is the way of things.
Is it? I'm surprised the ogre didn't inform us of his intentions.
I nod my head slightly.
She nods her head slightly too.
The intentions of that which is beyond.
Oh,
It was not his crown to take. It was a crown to which he has taken.
but it was yours to give, nonetheless.
I am merely a vessel of winds, and I stress the word winds, from beyond, and merely do as they command.
Winds, yes.
Oh, yes.
I have seen and felt no breeze this day on my skin.
Of
The
course.
water was still.
Yet. And I look and I kind of run my hand like that along. I don't do anything to it, illusion or anything. Just run my hand along there. Still, there's a breeze blowing with a rhyme and rhythm of change sung and so deep into its gentle caress.
I would say, my people, we have a feeling for such winds, and I would even call it a storm.
Storm, indeed. Well, such is the voice of one who is king amongst ogres. For we, like you, know the difficulty of finding proper voice and purchase. The stranger, the outsider, the downtrodden and looked down upon. I understand it. More and more.
I am sure you would. I don't want to be rude. And she almost she reaches out with her hand and then touches your arm for a moment there, just for a short moment. But I have to say, I've never seen an ogre like you.
That is likely. I have never seen one like myself either, save brief intervals in the mirror or the shining sea, as the face looks back at me.
Are there others like you? Are you? What are you?
Perhaps. I am an ogre, yet I am touched, say, from opiate and deep in that dream. From what it is and closer to that truth of fairy kind.
I see. Very interesting. And she looks at you, and she almost looks through you at a point at the wall behind as she utters these words. Very interesting. I will take note of that. She nods. She looks over to the male sirens. Well,
I say, actually trying to cut her off, saying she's trying to slip out. I go, please, sometime, come visit me. Let me show you the temple as it comes to fruition. I would be very, very pleased should we, and I look at her and then I look to all the sirens, be able to become friends, to be good friends. Yes, I have guests I must attend to, however.
I always appreciate a friend in a place like this.
And I smile.
No, I don't want to take you from your responsibilities. Please, the hall is yours.
And I
She
turn,
says.
smile at her. My lady, is it correct? Or is there other title for which you shall be addressed? As I sort
No.
of bow.
It is quite sufficient for the moment.
Very well then. And I turn to each of the other sirens and give them all a smaller bow, and in
They
turn,
bow very deeply, almost to a sign. They all bow at the same time, very deeply.
I
do
turn
they?
one after another, and then I look at her one last time. I flash my quite nice smile by ogre standards, and I turn and I begin to walk off and speak with other individuals.
And as soon as you turn, you can hear the whispers again as they start to advise their queen. No, I shouldn't say that word. And the feast goes on. Food is to be held, and the longer the feast goes on, the more of this opiate seems to find its way into the hall by some means or another.
Yes.
And you have people dozing off into the dream world, others drunk but happy, sharing. This one time in their life, they are able to witness something truly great and unique, and they bathe in the sun that is Argrun at this moment. They bathe in his glory and in his confidence that his destiny will be even greater.
All of this pleases me.
And far you're shielded from the eyes of Ahriman that lurk above you, that ever watchful, all-seeing. The feast is almost coming to an end. As Argunar, he stands up again and he slams his fist on the table. He has had almost the entire barrel of orcish wine and has gotten to his head, and he has been laughing and drinking and eating and making jokes the entire time. He says, "My friends, listen, the music, stop the music." Good. And the hall goes silent, and all heads turn from the Farum to the satyrs to the sirens to the Typhon as they gaze up. This has been proven to be a date that should be written in history. That our great-grandchildren will tell, and we'll talk about you there, and you one day will be able to tell your children of the day you've been there, when the king has been given a crown. He has taken a crown. And to that honor, and he holds up his drinking horn, I will give plentiful. And he coughs up. And those very close can see a bit of blood trickling out of his mouth. What?
I fully get wine.
And he growls like a wounded beast, and he holds up the nasty scars on the left side of his face. What? Oh! And he breaks on. He steps on the table. He sits on the throne, and he holds his face, and you can just hear this monstrously loud echo of a scream, of a shout of agony that goes through the hall, echoes back from the walls, and everyone just goes numb for a moment as the ogre twists and turns in agony on his throne, holding his face, holding his stomach, and he scratches his own face as he doesn't know what to do with all the pain. And black goose tickles out of his mouth as he screams for vengeance or a healer or someone to do something.
I start casting a ritual immediately to see if he has been ensorcelled in some fashion. If mysticism plays upon him.
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead.
I step back. I don't want to be near this.
And I pull 2 owl feathers out and I take them like this and I go, oh, and I rub them over my eyes and back, and I pull in and I breathe out this burning, vaporish, herbal sort of smell from my mouth, and open my eyes, and they have a more shimmering sheen to them as I stare at him to attempt to discern should something be a play upon him. And such, if I can't detect poison, unfortunately, but I try to see what I can see, and then fear courses through me.
Upon you definitely see the auras of spiritual energy reveal themselves to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna move up quickly as well, shouting, "Well, to move aside, move aside! I know the ways of Tehul. Stand aside. I will see what afflicts him. Stand aside."
I'm in the midst of that.
As you cast this ritual to reveal the aura, and let me, you're casting the mystic auras, right?
Indeed, I am.
Yep. Just to see if I miss anything.
I'm trying to see what sort of energy it might be. Anything I can know about it.
Alright. You look at your king that is in agony and that screams, just wants to rip something apart just to make it stop. And there definitely is something left. There's some foul spiritual energy that steams from him like mist, like like the smoke of a candle that goes, that flickers, and is about to go out, burns off him.
Okay, am I able to...
You don't even have to make an additional roll to feel that something dreadful, something foul.
What sort of precept is involved, or perhaps even what sort of divinity to power this, looking at the substance of the energy?
It is... do you have to actually make an extra roll to determine that, or can you just make that out?
You certainly can, all depending on what you want to do, depending on what you think at the moment.
All right, give me one second.
Sure.
All right. Yeah. Yep. Where the fuck is that? I should look that stuff up before next time.
If I could give you some insight, would it perhaps out of game? Would this perhaps be Morgul and Opiate?
Right, I got it. I got my stuff. But you feel the energy. You feel a crushing wave, endless water. You can definitely sense the power of the sea. It's almost like you have the smell of the sea, the salty smell in your nose. But you also feel something different. You also see something different, something otherworldly, but not...
Start pulling on the threads.
But not...
Reveal.
Not from the world you are home to, not from the world that you know so well. From a darker place, far below. The underworld, the underground power, this energy of Thul emerges from him, mixed with the crushing waves and the strength and everlastingness of Leviathan.
Alright, well, this definitely fills me with confusion and dread at the moment as I begin to reveal. I go, as I'm very heavily concentrating as long as I can. I want to take anything I can. I say, Your Grace, you have been put upon. Mysticism dances upon your form. My eyes are wide and full of panic.
And he...
Seal the hole! Seal the hole! I yell.
And the ogres, they look up to their king, their god almost, with utter horror what happens to him, and he spits out, he coughs, and he almost vomits up just a mixture of this black goo and blood that just spews out of his mouth. And it has this horrible stench on it. It smells wicked. But eventually some ogre, actually, you know his name, he sit very close to you, Svold. He's wise enough. He closes the main door and he puts a big block in front of it. And he puts an ogre there to guard it with his life. No one gets out of this hole.
I look at that with a bit of fear.
And the ogre, Argun, he just crawls over the floor in agony, just dragging himself through this goo and his own blood, and smears over his majestic war paint and his fine clothes as he's dying.
Yeah, I approach quickly, saying, I know the ways of Thul. Stand aside. I will look upon his spirit and see what afflicts him. but I grab the hammer, the workman's hammer that is at my side. I kiss it gently and whisper words into Julian to Cassador. Cassador, give me the insight to see inside his spirit, to see what afflicts him, to see if he is dying, to see what I may do, to see what afflicts him in this hour of dire need. Do this for me. And I hold the hammer aloft and not bringing it down. I'm not bringing it down hard, but I gently bring it down upon him.
Yeah, I want to ask her why when you do that. Like you look like you're about to just get run through.
I do it almost like it's in slow motion, and I touch him upon his head, and I'm using the underworld precept, the arts from below, to see what damage there might be upon his life force, to see what disease, if he has poison, or if he is indeed dying. I will know this.
Let me check that one out for a moment, so I can.
Sure. Just using the arts from below.
Do you have like a page in?
Sure. Yeah, it's in 77 Thrones.
Yeah.
We have page 21. It's under
Right,
the
cool.
Underworld precept. It's a 0-level ritual.
Yeah, the arts from below. All right, cool.
And yeah, as the hammer touches upon his forehead, like this silver misty sort of light exudes from the hammer, passing over him, giving me, as I'm looking upon him, I'm seeing, what are the colors that sort of come to light. What is
Okay. You can immediately sense that the life force is fleeting him. The great ogre is in fact dying. He is strong. He has much life in him, much energy and power, but it's just draining off him like snow left in the sun. If he was a lesser man, he would be long dead by now. That is clear to you. And while you do that, you have him convulsing and twisting and turning, and he just spews out this black goo and this blood that runs down his face, coming out of his mouth with every turn.
I move over.
Yeah?
Yeah, I move over quickly to Karael and whisper to him, not wishing anyone else to hear this. I have used my gifts from Tahul. I have terrible news.
What news?
It seems that you are indeed correct. Something poisons his spirit, but more than that, he is dying.
What can we do? What can we do? Panic rushes over my face.
Well, I say, what you performed a ritual upon him yourself. I had heard whispers. There was a whisper that he is cursed. I had heard it. But what is it? What spirits are afflicting him? From what region do they reside?
This is death in water. It is watery death. Dark, deep from a shadowy place.
You see Argonar convulse again, and you see his throat kind of getting enlarging. And as you look,
Barber! Can we not have a barber help him?
And then you see me kind of like,
I don't fucking barber.
when I start approaching.
Take his throat. He is strangled on the water of the damned. And I wham! Fine, we've done this.
And he
That
reaches
means
for his own throat as he.
I'm very careful to approach an ogre like this, but
Quickly! Quickly!
But
You
by
see,
now, I've
you know,
already made my way down there, and I'm begging, Mahato, please help us again.
you see me trying to work that, work the throat, and I told him I turn him so he's like on all fours and he's, as if to, I mean, from my eyes it looks like he's about to pass something. So I'm trying to make that transition as less pain as possible. But I keep looking at that black substance, it worrying my eyes. I was like,
If you have ever seen a cat trying to spew out a hairball,
Yeah.
imagine this, but with someone that weighs about 600 pounds.
yeah, I mean, I can't even move him. I mean, he's a bit. I'm just like trying to, even with my strength, I'm just trying to move him in a position where he could he's on his stomach and he's.
And you see as his throat enlarges from it, and you just think it's gonna explode. It moves. Something in there moves. You can see the skin moving underneath, and he opens his mouth and he wants to scream, but it dies off, and you see something just crawling out, the black head of a snake or something like it, covered in blood and goo, just making its way out of the mouth of the great ogre.
I'm all horrified. I step back again. I'm like,
Did I detect this as a disease or a poison, or was it not either of those?
No, you did not detect it as a disease or a poison.
Okay, fair enough. So I say to Kario, I'm afraid it is a curse. I had heard that he had been cursed. I had heard the rumors, although I had thought it was from Cinder. That was what I was told. I'm saying this very quietly, but this is inconsistent with this. This is something different. One of Tahul's children. I'm afraid I am beyond my depth. I can only say that he is dying from some sort of spiritual curse. I am sorry.
Now, from having looked at it, it seemed like it was recent as opposed to dormant mysticism. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Probably somebody in here casted on him during.
you didn't get the vibe that it's like a curse that's on him for cycles and cycles and cycles.
Yeah. This looks like something probably was cast tonight.
Either tonight or within like the last couple of days, something like that. Like
Okay.
very recent. The stench is still there on it.
So,
I mean, there's a snake coming out of his mouth, right? So I get
Oh,
pulled
yeah.
back a little bit, but then I'm like trying to fish it out of him.
This thing, this serpentine creature, just comes out of the mouth, just falls on the floor and twists and turns and writhes in its own blood, and this black goo in the blood, and tries and crawl away, but it can't. It seems unnatural. It seems it doesn't know what to do on ground. And the ogre still, he looks on it for a moment, and he is horrified, but he can't concentrate on that. He feels as if his innards are bursting. And he holds his stomach and he holds his flesh, but he can't speak. He can't. His throat, it's sore. It's blood. It's been ripped apart by whatever this thing is.
my mind swirls thinking of Nicknock's age, thinking of Mother Yurga, thinking of perhaps even Fatosh, and trying to decide which may be to blame. And I sort of stare on helplessly at him, not really being in a position to do anything with the kind of skills I
I
have.
use my grades and sort of handle animals. Try to. I mean, it's like a long sort of snake sort of deal, right?
It's about this long. It has a black skin. On second look, it doesn't look much like a snake. It's way too thick for it. It doesn't move on ground. It sort of just flaps around uselessly. As you look at it, it looks much more like an eel.
All right, I slap that thing. I slap wherever its head is. Like I just, take like just a mug or something. I just try to get try to hit it.
So it seems like a real thing, like an actual animal, as opposed to some sort of mystical substance or spirit or something of that nature.
Now, from the look of it, I mean, it's covered in goo and it's covered in blood, and it's getting its head smashed in by an orc.
I'm pulling it away from him.
But it looks more like a real animal, yes. Than,
Tell him, Ghost, hold this.
and like
Like,
you,
slide it over to
the first time you hit it, it just goes crunch, and you just smash that thing. Like the head is just gone. It's just powder. You smash it. It's very soft. And the ogre, the great ogre, he turns and he's still Trist, and he turns to Karael, to his priest that he trusts, and he puts out his hand and he grabs your ankle and he just looks
I
up
reach
to you.
down and grab his hand.
And more goo comes out of him. He's in utter pain. You can see his eyes full of blood.
I'm completely shocked, and obviously well beyond my depth here. As being no sort of healer.
I look on helplessly as well. It is in Tahul's hands now. There is nothing I can do.
Yeah, I don't have any sort of medicinal things. I didn't bring that shit with me, so I'm just trying to. I mean, like I positioned myself so I sit him up, and I'm just sort of massaging himself. I mean, of course, this is like a gigantic ogre, right? So I don't want to get too close to him. And it is an ogre, and I know.
Yeah, he.
Child of rage here. I'm not gonna.
All that watch and the entire hall is watching in utter terror. You hear people. You hear people scream. You see people cry as they don't know what to do and what's happening, and pointing fingers, and everyone seems shocked.
I look to the closest big ogre. I say, "Help me! Help me hold him! He'll hurt himself. Let the barber
keep him still."
And I kind of grab a hold of one side of him,
A great ogre, yeah. Another big ogre, his name is Har. He's in the crew for many years by now. He's a trusted soldier. He goes up. He looks at his king with utter horror. And he tries to hold him, but it's not too easy. Argun, he's in pain, and that gives power and strength to someone.
Sure.
And
Great! You must be still. It's the only chance you have. Armor do what he can.
And he holds him on the ground. Har actually sort of puts his knee on his shoulder like this to pin him down, and just my king, I'm sorry. And you see him just he's violently shaking at this point, and you see under his stomach, you see the skin moves and things move underneath. You see like little bulges forming and disappearing as something moves inside him.
Karael, do you have a way to lull him? Bring him closer to the dream.
Or dare not. It may be too much for his body.
We must calm him. No.
And you see the ogre in the last moment coughing up this black liquid. Then he lies still, no longer shaking, no longer fighting, on the ground.
And I use that as an opportunity to work. Oh, now's my time.
And you see Har's like, my lord, my king.
All we can do. Do what you can, Orc. Do what you can. Do what you can, Orc. Go, do what you can.
Looking at his eyes, checking his
my
pulse.
Fear just emanates from my face.
You look into his eyes, and they're full of blood. All the vessels have burst. But then you see this weird liquid, this black goo coming sort of running down from the little pores of the eyes down his face. And you check his pulse, and there's nothing. There's no heartbeat that you can feel.
No, I don't sell for that just yet. I keep working, and knowing that there's ogres around me, and I'm keep sort of working, and then slowly, I tell him, Tell him those. Tell him. Need now.
Yes, what do you need?
Tell him something. Cloth. Wipe him. Water. And I'm still working as his body's all still. It's all a tense moment. And then
As you since you're working on him, and you see if you can sense any functions or anything, your hand moves over his stomach, and you feel movement in there.
I pull my hand away like one of those moments. As soon as I touch him, I go. I pull my hand away like. Oh. And I keep sort of going and checking other parts. You bring the towel in the water and I start washing up some of the. I take some of the black liquid, that was on his face or on his mouth, and I just wipe that out of his mouth and away from his face. And, I kind of take that cloth and I put it into one of my little leather pouch. Goes in there. Just,
Well, Hato, what's that moving inside of him? What is that? What's in his belly?
No, I don't know.
You hear someone shouting in the crowd. What is it? What all happened to him?
And then
Is the king dead?
Dramatically look up at Karel, look up at him, and I slowly bring my hands away from the body. And then I almost like, in a bit of a quick step, I step away from the body, and away from Har.
I look down.
In reverence, like,
confusion dancing over my face it seems gone, but also I'm filling with anger. Whoever has done this, and I almost whisper down to him, whoever has done this will pay. Whoever has done this, and my voice just keeps getting louder. Whoever has done this will pay. Whoever has done this will pay. Whoever has done this will pay! And I look around, my eyes gleaming purple flame, and I start looking around. Who will find you if you are here? Who will find you, you despicable creature?
I look. I kneel down to the great ogre's body, closing the eyes, and I look significantly over to Thal. I say, "Thal, fetch stones. We must make a circle. It is the way."
The old way. Understood.
I kind of glance confused,
although,
but then I turn back and look away.
The long hall is also closed off right now. I can't exactly go inside for stones.
Yeah. No one gets out. No one gets in right now.
You can
That is,
fetch the one.
In that case, around anything that I could find around the long hall itself made of stone, I start collecting. And I've already approached the rest of the room. Find stones in the long hall. Find stones.
Okay. That will take some time as they have to look through it. And Svold, the ogre who sealed the halls and who was the first to sort of snap out of this stun, he goes up to his king and he kneels down and he picks something off the ground and he holds the bloodied silver crown besmirched with black liquid and blood and holds it up. It just looks at it, just looks to Karel, looks to the rest of you, looks to the crown.
Who's doing this?
His name is Svold. He's the lieutenant of Argrun. Sort of like he's set to the right of him.
He was
He's set
to the
left.
right.
Yeah, he was the right hand chair. The king is dead.
Yes, but his spirit lives on. We must find stones.
There are no stones in this hall.
You must,
All of
or his spirit will be taken.
Do not tell me what I must do.
His spirit will be taken by proper spirits. You seek to entrap him to Tahul? Is this what you do?
And you seek to check him into the dream?
Boot! I'm gonna try to give you a boot.
Me?
You?
Alright.
Yeah, you're trying to do something to his soul, which I have well told everyone will surely ascend to sainthood.
I'd back off, but I say no. I wish his spirit to not be stolen by some horrible thing. of the land of death to be
My eyes.
consumed and devoured.
My eyes become wide. Is this some treachery, some trickery?
It is not.
You are tainted with the hooliganism.
It is my clan's duty to
Back
make
away
sure-
from him. His soul is not yours to care for.
I will not steal his soul, and there definitely this is something I'm not backing down from. I do not wish to steal his soul. I wish it to stay safe, so it may be washed by Tahul or ascend to sainthood. I do not wish his soul to be stolen away and consumed by a horrific being of the afterlife. That is what I wish.
Corel, whoever has killed our king very well may be looking to steal his soul as we speak. We must protect it. If you could summon one of your dream spirits now, maybe then that you could help.
I pull the owl feathers out, and I take them and I run them across my eyes again, and I breathe in using all of my meditative skill, getting my belly to jiggle ever so slightly as I try to calm the nerves in my enormous muscles. And I look away, and I look over, and I open my eyes, and I pull the feathers back, and I cast the gaze of the mystical auras over the entire assembly. What I'm looking for.
Yep.
There's a few things that you can tell with this. First, I'm trying to see the evident remains of if a ritual has been cast in this area recently, outside of what I've cast and what I realize that he's cast. I'm trying to look for other Dwomers that, particularly with a spell that potent or a mystical ritual that potent, would still definitely be in the area to determine if this is recent or has happened before. And then I'm casting my gaze over all the assembled to see which one of them possess any sort of mysticism within them.
Okay, so what you can make out is, this whatever spell it was or whatever ritual it was, definitely very potent. You're pretty sure though, as you gaze over the hall itself, you're sure it wasn't cast actually in this hall.
It wasn't cast in this hall, okay.
No, it wasn't cast in this hall. You're sure that a spell or ritual like this would leave a mark.
Oh yeah, definitely. I stalk over the wall and then just take my hand and just slap the hell out of the wall. Just anger, just like almost
as it echoes.
It was done before. It was done upon the vessel or upon his return to the docks. It's not done here. It's not done here. Still, I will look here and see if any of you contain within you said such poisonous mysticism that you will be. The things that will be done to you make
As
you
you
scream.
look over the crowd, there's more than one person that radiates spiritual energy. There's certainly the Satyr Garen, who you can still feel sort of a radiation of spiritual energy. You see the Siren herself.
Mhm.
She's almost this beacon-esque aura of hers. There are others. There's Slachta. He has power. Oh, you can sense he has power.
Yeah.
You see the aura of Laris.
Mine is weak. Very weak.
Those are the ones.
Now,
I'm looking forward.
go ahead.
I'm looking forward to see if I find that same similar flavor of mysticism upon any of these.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm washing, like my hands are covered in this stuff, in blood and whatnot. So I have a bowl of water. I'm like, I'm getting this shit off.
And what?
And away from like the ogres, as Karel and the others are
Pissed off. You look down.
watching him now and then as he bursts down. They yell and
You see the black goo, and you see the remains of your king, and it's almost like this black goo that he spewed out has its own spiritual energy. It almost radiates like radioactive waste would glow in another world. It's almost like you could see that there's power, however corrupt it may be,
Sure.
within that. But as you look over, you can't see this you can't see the same power. You can't see the same signature. It's just not. Might be too fleeting. Might have been cast too long ago somewhere else. It just didn't stick to anyone.
But I don't see the water and the underground in any of those that you mentioned. Is what you're saying?
You certainly. Actually, let me check for a moment there.
I'm directly looking for both.
Yeah.
I mean, I realize that it's very likely the sirens will have the water.
Oh yeah. I mean, you can see like certain aspects there, where like you can see water in Slachta, the Typhon, as well as in the what's her name? As the siren.
Atlanta.
Yeah, Atlanta. But you can't see this vile combination that had his own stench. It's not upon those assembled here.
The siren would be water and air, or it's just water?
No, you just actually, I'm going to write that to you in Facebook.
Okay. I mean, you know, this is a tragedy and all, but at the same time, information is information. And there is a slight bit more protesting than is authentic from me, though I am quite upset for slightly other reasons.
I place my hand somewhere beneath my robe. I place my hand over something, and I whisper words into Julian, saying, "Cassador the Mighty, please allow me to see what is within this hall. Allow me to see the spiritual energy. Let me see it. Let me grasp it within my mind. Let me see the secrets that lie in the spiritual realm." And I bring my hand out, and it's it's both silvery, like almost ephemeral, like ghostly, but also this sort of like sort of whitish, almost like a snow-colored, and I place that out, and I look upon. I wish to basically see, as Karel also saw. This information will be useful in the future. It'll just be nice to have an excuse to do it right now. This is as good a time as any to find out. So, I look upon seeing what he saw, looking for, again, as he says, this Leviathan and Tehul, those energies within the hall. And of course, as you probably say, I don't see both together, but I do not see Karel. I do not see that the ritual was not performed here. As you say, you are correct. I think it is time to open up the hall and allow us to gather the stones. His spirit must not be stolen. You must understand, Karel.
There's no one here to steal his spirit. There's no one here to take his soul. You will understand. Your ways are not our ways.
It is the ways of death itself.
The words will not be uttered again. Censor upon your words. They are unwelcome here. Opiate looks after its own. I look down at his silver talisman that you, or actually, the Ferrum handed him.
Well,
you handed it to him. As well, you know. Back yourself away from him. His soul.
I definitely glare at you.
I return your glare.
Yeah. But I do actually back off at a certain point. So be it. I hope you are right. I hope he was strong in the ways
I
of.
I just turn my back on you like your words no longer matter. I wanted something else. I turn to Atlanta. I say, if you hear anything, please come and let me know.
You say that to Atlanta?
Yeah.
Oh. She looks up to you and she looks to the corpse. Whatever help I can offer to bring justice, I will.
Yes.
You have my word. But
My gratitude for
please,
that.
please open the gates to this hall. The people, and she looks over her shoulder, will lose their sanity unless they will smell the fresh air.
Very well. Open the gates. There is not someone here. I have looked upon them with eyes from beyond. They are not the assailant.
Tolan goes. Find container for that creature that was spewed forth. I will take it. And
Okay. Do you know what this
I
is,
can.
though?
I do not, but in time.
Okay, I'll find something for you to study it in.
My friends, you hear the loud but beautiful golden voice of Atlanta echoing and shouting over the entire crowd.
I turn and look.
Before the gates are opened. I suggest that you sleep and you find peace within your dreams. But all of you that hold sway over your community, over your people, we need to talk of what's happening now to this town, and what shall be done. What shall the ogres do? And what should be done with the body of the king and his treasure?
My eyes definitely widen as she begins to kind of like interlope upon ogre business.
Now, though, go home and pray to whatever spirit it is you put your faith in for the soul of our king. And with that, the doors are open and just a swell of fresh air that luckily carries away the stench of death that hangs in this great hall that used to be filled with laughter and drinks and songs, and it's no place to the dead body of a king. And the people stream out. They want to leave as soon as possible. Some cry, some just gasp as soon as they get out. Others run home. Others stay and talk what is to be talked.
And I approach you, Karael, after like a good amount of time has passed. When I think there's a good amount of cool down from the ogre business, and I approach you and my head is down. You know, the sorrow's on my face. I will look into what I can. The strange liquid that had been.
Our gratitude. You have been a fine ally. On this very day, I spoke to the king. I looked down, saddened. About the spiders. About Helena. Not allowing them here.
She may look up at you.
You are welcome. A welcome guest. Whatever you can find, please bring to me immediately.
I will.
I have much work to do.
When I leave.
I definitely plan to address the ogres that are here once we've cleared the place out. That I want to, we obviously have a lot to talk about.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. The ogres that are here, they sit, everyone is cleared out. They basically thrown everyone out that doesn't have a name to himself, or wasn't in some sort of favor with the ogre that they would allow to stay. They kicked everyone out, and they're sitting at this long table.
Yeah.
And they're holding their heads in their hands, and they don't know what to do.
I sit down.
Some don't.
I say, there was a curse laid upon him.
Cursed.
What have you? Did you encounter anyone out there? Anyone that put a curse, that did something strange to him? Think, all of you, think. What did you see? It lay dormant for the right moment. I do not know what caused it. It could be the drinking of wine, or perhaps happiness that had filled him, or a religious moment. It could have been anything to have set it off. It was not here. At least I don't think. If they were here, they were clever. The coward assassin.
I don't know. I can't remember curse. You. Oh no, there no curse. We took some villages along the coast. Multiple villages. No, that couldn't be. And they shout and they talk and.
Couldn't be what?
Oh, that was. No.
Tell me. And I'll just do a typical ogre, like I'm about to punch him in the mouth.
I thought I saw some when we set sail for home 2 days ago. We left this village by the coast, weird place. We killed all of the people there. Were no fighting spirit. They looked weird, ugly humans, ugly people living there. Didn't have much treasure with them, but when we set sail, I thought I saw someone standing at the beach. I saw his face was covered. I couldn't see it. I had a mask and a red coat, but he shakes his head. I looked again and there was nothing there. A trick of the mind.
That may well have been what it was, but how can we find that? That is a useless clue. Completely useless.
I didn't want to speak of it.
Still, no, it is good you spoke of it. It is beyond my ability. I hope that I shall dream heavily. Hopefully answers will be unveiled.
One of the ogre, Har, the one who hold him down with you, who's actually someone who used to take care of the treasure itself, how it is spent, sort of serving as steward, if you want to, for the ogre. He looks up and he nods, and Opiate will give you answer. Opiate will tell you what happened to the king. After all, the king was favored by Opiate.
Yes.
He will give us clue.
We shall see. I rub my head, looking just exhausted. I will stay here tonight. It's perhaps best. Could be an assassin.
I will help. You hear Svold, the other ogre, the lieutenant, the right hand. I will help you, Carrie. Watch over his body for the night.
We shall give him a proper funeral on the morrow. It is too much now.
Yes, yes, it is. And they have. I know no one wants to hear this, Svold says. And I almost dare not to say it in front of the body of our great king. But we will have to think who shall wear his crown now.
Eyes open, like I hadn't even thought of that. I just put my hands up like, I don't know. My mind is not up for such thought at the moment.
Sleep over it. I will take watch now. You go home, all of you. Sleep and drink away your sorrows.
Is he still holding onto the crown?
He put it like on the chest of his king.
Okay.
It rests there.
Mm-hmm.
This was a sad day. And he just stands up and he shakes his head and he walks over to the body of the great ogre. This mighty force of nature, and just sitting next to the floor, burying his head in his hand.
I'm sitting on the floor in Indian style, just looking at him like
like kind of a detective. Like I'm like, oh, there's an angle I'm not looking at this in, or there's a piece of information that there's got to be something else here that I'm just not quite putting together.
Mm.
And I think about what the Ferrum said about the cinder and that stuff, and I'm like, well, fuck, who knows? I mean, like, the guy's clearly a fucking thief and a liar, so how valuable can that information be? And I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure, you know, that wasn't the cause of this.
The thief and liar speaks up.
Oh, are you still there?
Oh,
In the
I mean, I'm on my way out.
Oh, okay.
But I say, I kind of shout back.
Well, I turn over like completely fucking unaware, like his fucking short height. He got lost under the table or something. I'm like, ugh!
I will look into this. I will help you in whatever way I can.
What was it you said you heard before about Morgul or some such?
Yeah, I come back and I approach you.
What was the exact thing you heard and from whom?
I whisper to you.
I seem very calm at the moment. Just
This
like maybe
was
sad.
a secret imparted upon me by the Typhon, who knows. He knows much. He is one who's been around this area a long time. And
What was the type of name again? His I didn't put down because I hadn't really done anything with him.
Slachter.
Schlachtha, I say to you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, him.
Yes.
He, in exchange for a favor, he gave me this piece of information, and I give it to you as a token of goodwill. But I was told that the mark he had upon his face, that rotting flesh, that horrendous. No offense to our former king, but he was not precisely a pleasure to look upon.
Choose your words kindly and carefully.
I understand. This is a time of
You
grief.
seem as if you do not.
I do not speak ill of the dead.
Yes,
However,
you do.
I apologize if it comes across that way. But his visage was damaged from, apparently, he was cursed by Cinder herself for defiling one of her temples and defiling the priestess who was there in the temple. Defiling her again and again.
I just shrug like, so what?
That was the secret. Cinder, as you may know, is she does not take. She is very vengeful. And,
I just shrug like, who cares about Cinder? Like, that's ridiculous. I can't be bothered by that.
That was all. That was all. I did not know if there was perhaps a connection. When I saw him upon the floor like that, and I looked down upon his body, I thought that perhaps it was the curse finally getting a hold of him. But it seems that perhaps this information was not relevant. I apologize if I have wasted your time.
Did I hear anything about Cinder and the face? Anything to do with that? What's the story I know on his face being gimmicked up?
He has. There are multiple stories floating around. The one he always prefers is that it was done in battle, of course, and some great storming of some castle, some fortress on a hill that he was struck by a mean, nasty wound that has infected and never quite healed, and that's why it has this rotting appeal to it. But there has been talks, and you would know that this might be some sort of curse, actually, but great men attract great amount of rumor.
But how long has he had it? I mean, for many, many cycles, right?
Oh yeah, long, like,
So I ruled that out.
Like, you don't know him without his scars.
Yeah, okay. So that doesn't seem relevant.
However, if there's more information that you seek, you'll find that I am quite persuasive towards some individuals. If they need motivating information out of, I can, of course, provide that service to you for But again, this is a time of tragedy. We will
You
speak
will
of
bring
this,
any information you have to us directly,
of course.
of course. And I'll look over to some of the other like head ogres. Like we gotta fucking circle the wagon at this point.
And I leave. Clearly, I am not wanted here anymore, which is fine. And I leave swiftly.
After, when you're gone, you left the Great Hall. Svold, the right-hand man of Argrun, he looks to you, Karael. Do you believe this curse?
Whether you had one or not is irrelevant. The mysticism that floated through his body was not the same. It was not Cinder, and it was not that long ago. What he says, this mysterious individual he saw for a flash, I would think more likely, but what can we do with that information?
Well, I know the place.
Yes. I mean, I realize that, but if the individual is so reclusive, they will simply hide, and perhaps we shall turn heads to vengeance. But I do not wish for you to go before I can arm you with something else, a scrap of information better than simply that.
The murderer will reveal himself. Sooner or later, he will make a mistake. We will be watchful.
It seems so. It seems they wished he was so happy. I pointed. He was so happy tonight. At least he was given one great night. That is at least some comfort to my mind. I have known him. He was like a father to me. And now he is gone. He is away. She'll have to prepare a letter for my mother to let her know she had such affection for Argrum.
Oh. He didn't even think of that. I was like, oh shit, yeah.
My mind is so swimming, it's hard to focus. I don't know.
Maybe
The siren, you heard her, Atlanta, she spoke of a meeting. What's to be done with that treasure? As if somehow a copper coin or a trinket should fall into siren hands.
As if she has any right to the treasure. We bladful.
Yes. That is ludicrous.
It is ludicrous, but they are greedy people. They live in their white, painted houses somewhere in the water. I don't trust them. I don't know why Argrun kept them around, why he even tolerated their presence. Should be an ogre city. It was made by ogres, it was taken by ogres. They should pay tribute to us.
I put my hand up. We must be careful. We are weak at the moment, whether we wish to admit it or not. We cannot force them to test that, for they are ready with that declaration for testing the walls. We will not make mention of treasure to them. We shall see what mentions they make. I suspect after his funeral on the morrow that...
I will... Can you take the first watch? I have to get a moment of peace.
He says to me?
Yeah, he says to you.
I just nod my head.
I will come back.
Come back when you are ready. I just shrugged. And I was sitting on the floor, sort of like a lotus position, and I just sort of stand up. Kind of yawn a bit, look around. And I just look down at his body and shake my head. You've left us too soon. You had many more miles to go. Fortunate.
With that last image of a broken, disappointed Karael and a dead, ruptured Argrun, today's session will end. Now, before we do, does anyone want to offer a soliloquy?
Absolutely.
Always.
I imagine all of you will, so go at it.
Mine is the least important, so I'll get mine out of the way. But as I sort of walk through the darkened streets of a place that is now named after a dead king, I think to myself, now is the time. This is the opportunity. The Farum, it is strange. The bearded Farum, the ones who always for so many years looked down upon me, they seem ready to accept me. Especially this Thalagos. It is strange. So many of the bearded ones, they look upon me and immediately upon seeing me, judge me, think me a traitor to my race, which I am no such thing. I am no traitor to my race. I am one who seeks to bring it back to its former glory, to bring it back to Tahul, to bring it to his children, the children of Tahul. Cassador is one. But there are many others. There are many other paths. But this Thalagos, he seems to want to bring me into the fold, which is flattering and at once wonderful. But I will not see these Farum in this community weak, to be trodden upon by the ogres, to be trodden upon by the Frayne, to be trodden upon by humans and sirens and all of the others. This is our chance to gain power, to gain true power in this community, to gain wealth. Soon, very soon, we will go to that quarry, drive out the Fae, take what is theirs and make it ours. The ogres won't even know. They'll be too busy dealing with the death of their king. They will not worry about Farum leaving the community on some errand. This is our chance. We will do this.
I got a question for you, German George.
Absolutely, I'm listening.
The first scene that I had, was that on the previous day from these events, or did that happen way?
No, that was the night leading into this one. So on the 55th day, now it's the 56th.
Right. So as we change over to Mahato, going over to his newly sort of constructed single seat, maybe could fit two men on it. His little carriage there with his old Optalang. He, as he brushes up against its scales, it kind of calms his mind down. His hands still trembling from the sight of the ogres and their agitation palpable, and the hatred and the anger that was so easily so close to being tipped over into a frenzy. The touch of the scales of the Optalang of his old friend. Though soon I know that he will go and pass. But I go on to that and almost in a montage make my long trip back to my homestead. And we go back to a quick flashback scene back when I had just walked. I was returning back from those woods, seeing that young sapling of that oak, turning back to my homestead. And I go over to a candle, another candle. I start dribbling some wax, making a a strange circular design on the ground. Sprinkle some dirt on a big board of wood, and I incant, speaking my ancient tongue, and very faintly an outline of a figure appears, and a voice, a presence is felt. All the lights in the homestead dim down. I come to you now, seeking your guidance. This place, it is far like the seed spread across the breath of Igvale. I have moved far, but this strange omens of that which is nature on this world of flesh. What is the meaning of my place here? What is the meaning of the great young sapling taking root? I had not planted it. Is there others here? I look up at that dark shade. These eyes look down at me. And it answers. But then we come back to recent times, and I'm walking on that wagon, making my way back to the homestead again from the nights of that horrible experience, thinking back. Remembering the day previously, speaking to an honored ancestor, a chippy, as what is the name that my people call them. The day, a holy day of Nogus, an ancient thing, that which had dreamed up all thoughts, creation. Opiate is close here, and that is close to Nogus. Linak is even closer. This thing, what is this black blood? It is like a serpent, but not fat. I will break it apart, and dissect its flesh, remove its skin, divine its bone, burn it. I will mix its blood, if it has blood. I will see this black ooze. I will find what hold is beginning to take root here in such fertile soil. And then we change back to the homestead. I finally return there, almost in like quick succession of scenes, again with the candles, again whoosh, the stone knife in the hand, the blood, a few drops in a bowl with some dust, some dirt, some other spices, ground up, grain, looking at the blood, watching each drop as it drips down into the bowl. Investigating my own orcish ways. What had just happened to the so-be Ogre King? That's it.
Alright, I can go ahead now. As I was leaving the long hall, taking all the Farum I would with me, racing back to figure out what we as a community should do now as a result of what's happened here.
as we're rushing along, Bellarums keeps pleading, asking me questions, and I'm too shell-shocked to think to even respond. But eventually I do tell her to find Erised so that we may all of us firm, talk about it on the morrow. I tell her that I have to think, and I immediately rush home. I reach inside and finally start to break down. Argon is dead. I would have accepted him as king, no matter what that foul lizard was saying, all of his hang-ups on the matter. I could have done this. Lares and Corel were talking about so much theological things that my studies have not prepared me for such matters. I couldn't begin to keep up with the things they were saying. The children of these elder creators that could possibly be responsible for this matter. But by God, I hope it's none of our own that would have done this. None of our own that would have taken away our king who didn't have beauty on the outside exactly, but had much more where it mattered, right on the inside. Anything that would have taken away a thing of beauty like that from the fleshlands must die. But that is done. I have to worry about my kin. I have to find Erised. Me, him, and Laris have to find a way to carve out our own place independent of these ogres. It's obvious that one of them will try and seize power themselves, already figuring there was a king, now a king must be, the crown must be passed. Oh, the gloves that I gave him, I didn't even take those back. Nobody else there deserves those things. I have to retrieve them. But not now. No. Now there's something much, much more important to be done. And I angrily go over to one of my walls where there's shelves with tools and stuff, and I break it all down and knock them all over. And from the fallen tools, find myself a hammer and chisel, and just start getting to work, banging, 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 carving out a heroic image of Argren to honor his death. And the final scene closes out, a little tear coming down on me as I'm building this work of art in the name of my now dead king.
All right, Gorgeous George, before you hit my music, I want to allow you to know what I'm going to do. Before I do enter my slumber, I'm going to cast the ritual of status 0, lucid dreaming, and I'll read the bit to you here that's relevant. This ritual lasts as long as you are asleep and can provide you with any sort of dream you desire, including allowing you to work out problems while you are asleep. The FT at their option may provide cryptic hints to questions you pose yourself while sleeping. You are able to remember all your dreams any night you cast this ritual, and it may be cast while you are asleep. So I'm definitely going to be doing that before I go to sleep, directing my dreams to those of our king and what happened to him, what befell him, what I can be enlightened by the Oni, by Opiate, of this strange situation, and how I might be able to be best to my people, and what best course of action is here going forward. So that's what I'm going to ponder in my dreams the night, and I take the 7 copper bowls and I put them around myself and I reload them with herbs and fungus, and I allow them to burn and simmer as I slowly drift off, as their odor fills my nostrils as the other ogres return to take watch over the king's corpse. And I sit there and I think of such things, and as before I drift off, I think to myself, my king, Only on this day did I put crown upon head and seemingly trigger in your own joy and adulation and worship that you received in the hall, in your hall. Some curse that lay from some pirate or some brigand, some sorceress, someone you had raped or killed or eaten their children, whoever it was. It was far too soon for you to depart while I had my own ideas and motivations regarding you. My mother did truly love you, at least for a time, and that lingering memory departing from the world will cause her pain. This isn't what I wanted, not for you, not for her, not for me. It seemed not to be Opiate's plan, or perhaps that passing of water, that submerging, that shadow that looms and lurks. Perhaps you were only the first to be enveloped, to be pulled away by the riptide of darkness into death, because it was death in water, and you surely died, though I do not know what place that water does play truly into the full, save ritual, but what does it prescribe? I am not certain. I am still sorting and sifting out like searching for small crabs in sand wet by the beach. I'll find them, though. I shall find a luminescence, and I shall apply towards my will the strong arm of Ogre, whether inadvertently or overtly, in light or in shadow. My plans for your great temple, Opiate, shall not be dissuaded, shall not be relegated to slums and filth. We shall stand in grandeur and command great might. We shall show you the respect you deserve, not the respect of mere transients, but those of kings and queens bowed on bended knee. For you are mighty, colored, and wondrous, and they shall all see the glory and the sparkling paint of mystical other worlds of which you wield. That is true. That is majesty, and this world should long to be painted by your colors, to be subsumed, to be beautiful, when it is so drab and gray and ugly. Tired, but you are tireless. For how can you be anything but when exhaustion does not exist in the world of chords of music and stars and beauty that lingers as vestiges of evanescent aspect seems to stretch on, only evaporating like dew of morning when wakened from glorious sleep, your slumber. And I love you so much. I will find who has done this to ruin my plan for you, to honor you, to tribute you with city to you. But I think not as others did, that perhaps, no, the siren are not in league. The siren, or she, Atlanta, sparks my fancy and interest. She creates strange patterns in my mind and still beating in my chest, of which I had wished to explore before the night was so horrendously annihilated. She is a follower of dream in her own watery ways. I shall find that. I shall find alliance and strength to make sure that your temple grows stronger and grander than any other the world has ever produced. I shall have your glory. I shall have it. With my life will not end until I can produce something that is worthy. Cast what judgment you may upon Ogwin's soul. He clearly was not worthy. He is gone. Praise Opiate. Praise my father.
Thank you. I will actually offer a soliloquy as well, which will tie into a dream of Karael. As flesh separates from immortality and the soul emerges out of a dead body, the once great and powerful, the mighty ogre looks down upon his corpse, and everything is blurry. It isn't as clear as it used to be. He sees the dead flesh of himself. He sees that blasted creature that crawled and violated him, crawled out of him. He sees his followers, his subjects, how they care about him, how they grieve and how they mourn. And he sees the crown bloodied and marked somewhere on the floor, cast aside, forgotten. How could they forget? Isn't he their king? Once and future, forever. Wasn't he chosen by Opiate to do such things, to lead them to glory? He was betrayed. He could feel this vile poison gulping up in him and burning him from the inside. Someone murdered him. Vile, dark rituals. And he waits there, and he waits, and he sees how the hole clears, and he sees his priest mourning, slipping into the dream himself, and he wants to be taken there. He wants to be taken by a servitor of Opiates into the dreamlands, his soul reincarnated. But instead, he waits. Someone else comes for him. A masked figure with a crimson cloak, moving like a puppet on strings, comes for him. He doesn't recognize it. He's afraid. He is afraid. He's more afraid than he was when he was lying down there. And this puppet on invisible strings walks and grabs him, and he forgets, and he is taken away. Thank you very much for listening and joining us in the second chapter of Through Reason or by Force, the great rise and fall of an empire. This made possible by Within the Ring of Fire, an RPG you must get, and I give you the last word on this.
Thank you, Gorgeous George. I appreciate that, baby. And I'm going to tell you right now, what you want to get a hold of is Within the Ring of Fire. You saw it put down right there, an RPG greatness like I've never beheld before. And right there, one of the very many books of the 5 books already out for Within the Ring of Fire. 77 Throws, the Theological Codex, everything you want to know about these divinities, and laid out in a way that is much unlike many other RPG products. You're going to find it very entertaining and interesting read, and help you with any sort of cosmology and theological issues that you may have in an RPG of fantasy aspect. Now, you can get a hold of everything on PDF, all 5 PDFs from Within the Ring of Fire that are currently out for only $75. Hit me up directly, Anderwood, on Facebook, and you can PayPal. You can get that to me, and I can get them right to you, and I'll get you every PDF that will ever come out for Within the Ring of Fire for only $75. You get 5 right away. You get a couple extra bonuses in there as well. And that's going to get you off and running. You're going to be able to tell your own tales, your Flame 10. You can get on drive-through-rpg.com, get the physical copies in hardback and softback, and physical copy PDF bundles. You can get that for Within the Ring of Fire. And you can come join us on Raw Immersive Games on Facebook. Just hit the join button and come and talk with about 1,000 people that are on there talking about Within the Ring of Fire. You can find Within the Ring of Fire games playing live on Google Plus like this, even local games, depending on what area you're in. Those have been achieved on there as well, and you can come and step inside the 1,000 Faces of Morgul and face RPG experience like none other. And I thank everyone here for playing an excellent job, and of course, Gorgeous George, an excellent job, Flameton, and had a great time, and hope everyone out there in YouTube land watching us had a great time as well. So thanks for watching, guys. Make sure to hit subscribe to George. Make sure to hit that like button, and we appreciate your contribution as well. And a big thank you to everyone who's picked up the game and who's playing the game and keeping that RPG revolution alive. I thank you, and so does Rasura.
Thank you very much. Thanks everyone playing, thanks everyone watching, and I see you next time. Good night.
Goodbye.